Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to VIS here for the split number 1 of the spring season as we're kicking off 2017 with a lot of excitement here on the Fold, and we are moving very quickly through this split. It has been very exciting as we get underway. This is our 3rd week of the first split, and we are right on the verge of playoffs. Not quite there yet, as the last few matches need to occur for to determine who will be the top 4 teams from Group A to qualify. As we get underway here, I am, of course, joined tonight by my casters as well as co-hosts. It is going to be Tasty, Bacon, and Jaws tonight. Thank you guys for coming and digging in tonight for these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to getting to the action. We're so close to narrowing this down to the top 8 teams in the North American Challengers. And of course, then from those 8, we're going to narrow it even further till there are only 3 that remain going into the challenge battles.
Absolutely, and as we take a look at the first matchup that we have right now, this is the one that I think everyone's most anticipating tonight before we jump down to loser bracket. And of course, it is going to be One Piece 101 versus Team Enforcers, the number 1 seed versus the number 9 seed. But after a few matchups we've seen that have actually been pretty close, One Piece 101 last week definitely showing some flaws. Is it enough to be taken advantage of by a much lower seed Team Enforcers?
That's the question we're going to have to answer, as Enforcers have definitely looked pretty strong in their run to this stage of the tournament. But One Piece 101, again, they are the number 1 seed, and they are a definite favorite to make it into the challenge battles.
They really are. And just to be clear, everybody who's in the winner's bracket at this point, when you make it to this final round, if you lose here, you're not knocked out of the tournament, and you actually have a good shot to get in. You're a pretty high seed, and if you drop to the loser bracket, you'll be facing typically much lower seeded teams in that run. So you've got already alone Team Enforcers and One Piece 101. They have good shots at still making it to the playoffs, win or lose this match. But of course, whoever drops down the loser bracket, they're going to be finding out their fate later tonight. So you guys aren't going to want to go anywhere, as we won't be done, not even a little bit after this series. But this one, of course, this is our featured stream. This is our featured matchup between these two teams. One of the biggest question marks and surprises, though, is the fact that One Piece 101 added Lost Boy Toph to their roster, but I do not believe he has played a single game this split. Not with this team, anyways, Tasty.
Yeah, none that I've seen. I haven't really... Obviously, we've seen them play a few times. Lost Boy Toph has never been part of their starting lineup for that, so I'm not sure if he's adapted more of a coaching position, or if it's kind of just keeping him in the wings and you can bring it out as a final form type of thing when they really need it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And Jaws, of course, welcome to this broadcast tonight as well. Thanks for coming by. And then, as we kind of look up at the couple matches we have in front of us, are there any ones other than this one that maybe excite you? Any other rosters that think might stand out tonight? Of course, tonight we will know the 4 teams from this group that qualify. So maybe what are one of the surprises that you might see tonight?
I think maybe one of the surprises we'll see will be Hello Girls and how well they will actually do. I think they've got a really strong roster behind them. They've been looking really strong over the last couple of weeks. And I think really, if you're going to keep your eye on a team that isn't the matchup we've got coming up in a second, it would be Hello Girls.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, although they did lose to Team Enforcers, so the question is, did they learn their mistakes, maybe work on some of those flaws that they had? That was a very close series, went to 3 games, and of course Enforcers coming out on top. But, again, these matchups, all these teams in the top 8, really good teams, so anyone can come out with it. But we are going to start getting ready and jumping into this first game as we get the draft kicking off here in just a few moments. And I guess I'd like to know, as we kick it over to you, Tasty, what are some of the things to kind of look for here in this draft that we've really seen develop across the Vainglory fold these past 2 updates? What are some of the big things the viewers should be watching as far as what they ban and pick first?
I think, obviously, the Adagio and Lyra are still always going to be heavy priorities. Either they're just getting banned every game, or if they're first picked when left available. So that's going to be something to look out for. North America, especially Kashka, has become very prevalent once again. So another pick that should be pretty heavily favored, along with that Vox. Vox is going to be the first ban here. So Lyra Adagio are going to be open. I would not be surprised if it's first picked by each team.
Yeah, most definitely. What do you think maybe is the most prominent pick between those two? Because I think we've seen a lot more Adagio first pick rotations rather than obviously the Lyra. I can imagine either Adagio being banned here or Elise first picked. But it's actually going to be a Ringo ban here, actually. Actually, that completely goes against what I was thinking. But yeah, Adagio first pick. I mean, VG8 Tasty, we've been seeing that. And it's been first picked 100% of the time if it's not been banned.
Yeah, it's been a pretty prevalent pick. Lyra, of course, is then going to follow it up. I think the Adagio just has a little bit more flexibility. Some of the players, you can put the Lyra in the lane if you really want to, but it's a much higher chance of seeing an Adagio in the lane versus in the captain position. So you have a lot more flexibility there. The Glaive going to come through for this second pick.
Yeah, I completely agree with the Lyra and Adagio point. Like, it's just super strong in both carry positions and captain positions on the Adagio. Lyra not so much. We are going to see obviously the Kestrel being picked up as well for Enforcers, and we are actually going to see a Finn coming through as well. So I can only imagine this is going to be a crazy engage comp coming through for One Piece 101. I mean, with Polly going to be able to picking up one of his more stronger heroes at this current time. I think this really is a force to be reckoned with, and that last pick is going to be the Sky from Ola as well. And Polly, I think he's a guy to watch for sure. I mean, the last couple of weeks he's shown absolute prowess on that captain role, and I think we could see some big things coming out of him again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Monkey D. Luffy, Selena Gomez, and Polly, again, number one seed. We typically say a team is number one seed for a reason. And that's going to be One Piece looking to prove what that reason is here today against Enforcers, arguably their most difficult opponent that they've had to face to date. Yeah,
most definitely. And we're looking at this right now, and I think it's going to be an added kind of toughness level to the side of One Piece 101 right now, because look at the side from Team Rage Enforcers. Look at the heroes that they picked. Kestrel, they're obviously going for the jungle Kestrel, and that's just been such a massive force when it comes to professional like VG8 games, and it's just been able to just solo carry most of the time because it's just such a strong pick right now. So I think they've got a lot of work cut out for them.
And I'm going to be really interested to see how this Sky works out. Personally, I still feel like the Crystal Sky is stronger than the Weapon Sky, but with the Crystal Kestrel already going to be picked up by Vigilante, I expect that this will be a Weapon Sky. Doesn't have the best win rate of late, so going to require a little bit of work from Hola to make it happen here.
Yeah, it really will. That actually Trian gets stolen over. Vigilante is actually going to be able to pick that one up, so a nice little early advantage here. Monkey is going to face check that brush. One more hit will do it, and he actually does manage to get Afterburned away. However, already Team Enforcers bringing it to the table against One Piece 101. You know, they're here to mean business, Tasty.
Yeah, One Piece 101, they started to rotate. This is actually very interesting to me that they started to rotate into the enemy jungle. Didn't find the camps there, or just decided not to go for them, I guess would be more accurate. And instead moving up to the lane, getting a little bit of farm to Selena Gomez, but now Hola is going to come up and say, oh, well, these minions aren't going to go for nothing. They're going to get picked up by me instead of the turret. And so, as a result, it's actually a pretty decent start for Enforcers, although if you take a look at the actual gold total, somehow still it's completely even though Enforcers were able to take a few camps away.
Yeah, I think obviously all of that is probably going to be on Selena Gomez right there. Obviously 10 CS ahead of Ola, because Ola had to obviously rotate down to check her own jungle. So yeah, pretty even thus far, but Enforcer's still disrupting Monkey's path, obviously. And with that, obviously, he will be a late arrival to the lane. Enforcers now have control of it as well. And where do you think they're actually going to fight around? Because we've seen Lyra a lot, and the Bright Bulwark is such an incredible ability that to like deny engages, and there's a lot of engage coming out of obviously Monkey, and I think it's going to be extremely hard for him to actually do anything up against this Lyra. And where do you think actually the kind of these fights are going to come from? Is Monkey going to have to get some nice flanks off, or are they going to have to rely on Polly with their Forced Accord?
I think a lot of it's going to rely on a combination of the two. Monkey D. Luffy is going to have to find creative ways to get into the fights, or just bait out the Bright Bulwark and then try and engage once it's down. Or if he can just come from a brush and when it's not going to be spotted, Bright Bulwark will not be able to stop the afterburn. But at the moment, Enforcer is putting a lot of pressure up into the lane, mostly reacting to how hard that One Piece is trying to shove it in.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure it can get under the turret ASAP, but, you know, One Piece not deterred. Obviously, Polly, that big, giant fin pick, will be able to hold them off a little bit. But with 3 of them all in the lane right now, will leave, obviously, Monkey a lot of chance to actually steal away a lot of the jungle from Enforcers here. So maybe they want to rotate a little bit farther downwards, because as we all know, Crystal Kestrel does rely on those item spikes. Here comes Monkey Luffy, does manage to punt actually Vigilante into the turret. She's going to get taken really low here. Bright Bulwark going down, but that's not going to matter at all. Monkey actually securing first blood there, and in fact a double kill coming through. A real early damage coming out from that glaive pick has already shown as a force.
Enforcers just not at all respecting this glaive. They shut it down pretty hard early. They took a lot of the farm away from him, but like you mentioned, 3 members up in the lane, very heads-up play from Monkey D. Luffy to rotate down into the jungle, pick up a few camps, and then come back up, say, hey, you're close to our turret, now you're in our turret.
Oh, and you may have found him again as well. Polly almost gets taken out there. One more glitter shot, glimmer shot even will do it. Does manage to use the active camo to try and find Polly again. There's the last shot. He ends up picking it up. Ola's not going to get the assist though. However, Monkey Luffy extending a little bit too far forwards. Ola's going to be able to chase this one up. And in fact, Pro Fuego is going to be able to pick up that kill. So already just that advantage coming through from One Piece 101 just kind of diminished.
And Enforcers, they recognized, hey, after that fight, they're going to try and seal away our jungle. They moved very quickly after respawning. One Piece 101 not giving Enforcers the credit that they deserve, as they were able to find them in the jungle, pick up a couple of kills, and make this a even game once more.
Oh yeah, 2-2 gold lead, not anything to scoff at right now at least. Team Enforcers only with a 200 gold lead. As I say that, it instantly got diminished as well, so let's just take that back real quick. Monkey is coming up towards the lane now. Enforcers, they have got this Lyra pick. Very, very good at stopping these engages. Bright Warlock is going to have to go down pretty soon. In fact, just a little bit late there. Vigilante just gets taken off the face of the fold. And already Profuego is getting aggressed on as well. And there we go. That's going to be a double kill going over to Selena Gomez. One Piece 101 really stepping it up there. But I can imagine Profuego, if he put that Bright Warlock down just a little bit earlier, he might have stopped that engage.
Yeah, maybe. Selena Gomez got to be happy with the results of that, picking up a double kill while taking almost no damage on the back lines as well, letting the 2 teammates do all of the hard work, and then he just comes in and cleans it up at the end.
Yeah, no problem. It has got alternating current now as well. Nice little power spike for Selena Gomez. Does look like Vigilante's trying to look for something here, but is going to spot Polly, so he's going to have to back off really fast. Ola not doing so hot in this lane right now. Obviously down quite a bit of CS as well. And you mentioned earlier that obviously Sky hasn't been doing all too well up in this lane pick, or even in a jungle pick that we've seen once up in EU, I believe. And maybe that's one of the reasons why she's just not very strong against something like this Adagio.
Yeah, there's quite a few picks that can deal with the Sky pretty effectively. And I feel like the Crystal Power is a much better path for her. She has a lot more damage. And in the jungle, it's a little bit stronger, I feel, because you don't have as many lane minions blocking your forward barrage, which is your primary source of damage. Monkey D. Luffy.
They're going in yet again. Ola is going to get taken really low there. Luckily, they have the fountain on their side for protection. Vigilante is going to be here as well. Did stealth in. Polly's going to get taken really low here. Monkey Luffy is actually have to go back at this point. And the Enforcers, they are going to be able to trade up a little bit of aggression, but nevertheless, Ola almost going down in that engagement there just shows the power already of those interesting ways into the fight that Monkey Luffy has already created.
Yeah, a couple of unexpected engagements there. One's coming from behind. That time just going straight underneath the turret and trying to make a play happen. Ends up not quite working out, but if you make plays like that and you don't go down, it puts that thought in the back of your opponent's mind that even if they're underneath the turret, they have to sit there and wonder, are we actually safe here? Because we know they're so willing to dive underneath the turret at us.
Yeah, I don't think they are at this point. I mean, Monkey Luffy, like you said, so many nice, interesting ways of getting in to the back line, and Ola's definitely been on the wrong side of the glaive pick at the moment. But Vigilante, he's got this Shatter Glass now, really big power spike for him. But if you look at the power spikes that are coming over for Monkey Luffy specifically, oh man, he's got that Sorrow Blade. He's going to be doing so much damage at this point. It's actually kind of crazy. And One Piece 101, they're first seed for a reason, like you mentioned earlier, Tasty.
Yeah, well, right now they're looking for perhaps a kill onto Pofuego or Hola. Bright Bulwark gonna stop it, but here's
The cord, incredible play coming out from Monkey Luffy. Already does dive under the turret though, almost goes down. Selena Gomez is going to trade up a lot of damage as well. He almost falls. One shot, one kill coming out, does end up missing. Polly's going to have to back off also. Profuego with that kind of clutch passageway there did manage to get out alive as well. Polly taking a bit of more fight from Vigilante as well. Profuego's going to have to back off here. Just a little bit overextended. Versus going to come out, but not really hitting anything. Only clearing up a couple of minions. Stealth away from Vigilante as well. He's going to get spotted. And yet again, just overextension from One Piece. Polly is so lucky that those glimmer shots did not hit. Otherwise, he would have been one dead Finn.
Yeah, Profuego not respecting the damage coming out of Selena Gomez, and that was almost Selena Gomez and Polly not respecting the damage that comes out of Vigilante. Seems to be a pretty common trend this game so far. That team just thinking maybe they're a bit stronger and a bit more durable than they actually are. However, more often than not, that has ended up coming out in favor of One Piece 101. 6 kills to 3, about 1,500 gold lead here as we approach the 9th minute of this game.
Yes, a pretty big gold lead. Not the biggest we've ever seen, but Shatterglass is going to get picked up. And a really early infusion as well. 9-minute mark. I say early. The infusions seem to be getting picked up just so much earlier than obviously people are maybe used to. As that one does come through, excuse me. And with that as well, obviously they are going to want to look for this fight because 4-0 on Selena Gomez right now. Alternating current Shatterglass, he's doing a heap of damage.
Well, speaking of damage, One Piece 101 gonna be looking for some.
Oh man, Monkey's gonna fly on in. Passageway's gonna be followed through as well. Selena Gomez taking a lot there, but it already is picked up Profuego. Ola getting taken really low. Vigilante is gonna have to stealth out of there as well. That passageway coming out of Profuego, somewhat questionable as it got the entire One Piece 101 team out of the ultimate coming out from Ola. And in fact, that's another kill gonna get traded over. My goodness, Vigilante doing a lot of work here. Monkey Luffy is going to come in onto Ola as well. He's going to get punted back. Polly is going to be able to escape this one, no problem. One Piece 101 do take the turret in that exchange as well. All heads-up play from them.
Yeah, very heads-up play from One Piece. I mean, Profuego made a pretty nice play there, sacrificing himself by throwing out that arcane passage. It got Vigilante out of trouble, but it left Profuego right in the middle of it. Unable to get out, and so as a result, 8 kills to 4 now for One Piece. They have a lot of pressure. They've got that turret destroyed, so they can look to move a bit further up in the map and try and just close down the opportunities that are available to enforcers.
Closing down those opportunities is going to be also important, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Goldminer is going to get taken away from enforcers unless they can do something about it. They are flared out at this point. Monkey Luffy is here. Maybe they want to look for an engage. One shot, one kill comes out. It actually steals the gold miner, but that doesn't mean that One Piece are done with them just yet. Limit shots just striking everybody on One Piece 101. However, they are just going to back off there. Nice one shot, one kill. That's going to steal it away, and that's a large bit of gold as well over to the team of enforcers.
Yeah, enforcers able to pick up at least a little bit there. Getting every little bit helps when you're trying to come back from a deficit. So they're going to feel pretty good about that.
Oh yes, they are, and they might feel good about this as well. Force to Call comes through. It is going to get blocked by the Crucible there. Enforcers, they are just pushing on One Piece right now. Polly getting taken really low at this point. A dash forward from Vigilante will finish him off, but Profuego playing up to the line as well, but Polly has obviously got the fountain available to him if he does go anywhere near low. He does end up feel like he's in trouble, but he's just going to be able to just back off fairly easily. However, one shot, one kill is available yet again. It might just come out to finish off Polly here, but Monkey Luffy's going to dive in. Profuego going really low, but Monkey going far too far in. Selena Gomez as well falling. One shot, one kill comes out. It does end up landing eventually. And that will be Selena Gomez going down with Polly, the last member alive, ends up falling to Vigilante. Double kill coming through from the Crystal Kestrel, and that will be a turret and an ace going over to Enforcers.
All of a sudden, Enforcers able to find a fight, and they took advantage getting that ace. See if they try and push this and look for a second turret. They do need to be careful because the respawns are coming through. Monkey Luffy is on the hunt.
He is on the hunt, but that turret is going to get destroyed. Team Enforcers really coming up tops here. 2 turrets down off that one single fight there, Tasty. Really looking good so far.
Yeah, both of these teams coming out fighting. And I mean, we've got ourselves a very even matchup. 8-7 on the kills. The gold is within 1,000 of each other. Neither team able to really grab a commanding lead. Looked like One Piece was starting to maybe run away with it. But again, Enforcers able to find a fight at the crucial moments. We'll see if they can do it again, because it's going to be a little decent gold payout going over One Piece way. 13 minutes in, 2 minutes away from the Kraken spawn. I mean, right now, Enforcers, they've been able to do a really good job of not letting One Piece 101 push down the lane and get a lot of pressure on these turrets. And that's something that's easier said than done. Blocking out these forced cords also very well done thus far.
Death from above comes down, doesn't quite hit Polly, does manage to dash around it. One shot, one kill comes out as well. Mads on Monkey Luffy, but Vigilante in a little bit of trouble here. Selena Gomez playing really far forward. Ola, no ult available obviously for the next couple of seconds, so won't be able to use that for the engagement. Fuego is going to be able to heal the rest of his team up, but One Piece 101, they are looking for something. Monkey is on the side here. Looking for these sick afterburns, man. This is exactly what you were talking about. He needs to find some creative ways into the fights. It's exactly what Vigilante is trying to avoid at this point in that stealth. Doesn't look like they're just going to back off for now. Goldmine is up, not worth all too much at this point, but I think it's just items and fusions, and then maybe looking for another fight.
Yeah, that seems to be the course of action. It is a slight advantage for One Piece. Their infusions are a little bit higher level. Start up, steal away that tree, but now Polly's in great position.
Polly is in a really good position right now. Force to Cord is available from him, so got to watch out for that one. Watch out for that one too, but doesn't really do all too much to the Finn at this point. He is quite healthy. Fuego does use the passage over, but Ola follows it through. In fact, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Almost got caught off. Fuego actually following it back yet again, and Monkey's just going to jump on him. No problemo, he says. Takes that one away. Vigilante's going to be able to trade up a kill, though, as Holler is going to be able to secure it 2-on-2 at this current time. But Vigilante, no Crystal Miner help for you, my friend. He's going to go down. Selena Gomez, 7-2 on this Adagio right now. Just so strong, and you can see it right there.
A little bit of an awkward fight, as it really looked like it was going to be a great start for the side of Enforcers. Like, they got out of dodge pretty well, but then Fuego, I think it had to have been an accident to walk back into the Arcane Passage, deposit him right into the hands of One Piece 101. They took advantage. Vigilante and Hola just had nothing they could really do other than try and put out as much damage as possible. Ended up not being enough. One Piece 101 going to pick up the Kraken and look to make a push as they have all respawned. I expect infusions to be topped up, as Selena Gomez doesn't have enough gold for one, right as there's about to expire. So it could be something to keep our eyes on if a fight does break out.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, he does have that broken myth, so, I mean, I guess that's kind of a 50-50 trade in that sense. But Fusion's definitely helping at this stage of the game. Kraken is going to assault this turret here, Tasty. Polly is looking for something, gets the double stun on Enforcers, but they don't seem to mind all too much just yet. Turret is going to get destroyed. That Kraken still looking fairly healthy. And Polly is still hanging around as well. All ultimates across the board are available. Every team looking for something at this point. Kraken still quite healthy. There comes the death from above. Not really doing all too much. One Piece 101 still looking for something here. Monkey Luffy has decided he wants it. Vigilante is going to go really low. He ends up getting taken down. The Fountain not really doing all too much. Fuego is going to get taken low as well. Force Accord comes out. He does manage to avoid some of that damage. But Kraken still on the base. One Piece 101, they looking to end this game. Polly is going really low, but that fortified health coming out massive. Monkey Luffy is just continually mashing on these turrets. Virtue Judgment is going to come down. It is going to go through, in fact, and Oz going to take a lot of that damage, and Polly's in the front line now, but Monkey has got his sights set on the Vein Crystal. It's going to go down with the help of the Kraken, and that will be One Piece 101 coming through with that victory.
What an impressive fight to end the game from One Piece 101. Looked like for sure Enforcers were going to be able to find those kills in order to stop that push, but Monkey D. Luffy kind of ignoring the fight a bit at the end, just go straight for the turret and then the crystal. It seemed like Enforcers maybe forgot about him, put a lot of focus onto Polly there, and of course Selena Gomez was able to stay alive for so long, enabling the One Piece 101 to then pick up the game. It looked super close, 11-10 on the kills, but One Piece 101 really just making it happen when it counts.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, what a close matchup, how back and forth that was. We did talk about, like, even though Enforcers is considerably a lower seed, 1 seed versus 9 seed, they're really pretty even in skill, and you're seeing it on display here. I think 101 played a much cleaner game, better vision all around. I mean, you saw that, Tasty and Jaws. The vision game played was clearly in favor of 101 the entire match. And that really actually helped with rotations, with making decisions. They were able to make a lot. They were really confident about that Kraken take because they had so much vision on the side of Enforcers jungles, and that's something really that hurt Enforcers throughout that matchup. Because when the fights broke out and with Enforcers engaging, it wasn't a problem, but it was really hard for Enforcers to gauge, Tasty, when all that vision was spotting them out before they got into position.
Yeah, we talked about it plenty. Vision can win games for you, and this was just one example of that. The vision that they had, and even the lack of vision from the side of Enforcers. Monkey D. Luffy was constantly able to set up in these unique spots in order to find these afterburns that were just really doing great work.
Yeah, and there was actually a play at the end where we saw them working on the Kraken, and DeLuffy was in position for Afterburn, and Castro could have used her active camo to try to, just in case an Afterburn came in. There should have been that anticipation of an Afterburn. Hey, they're going to try to pull me or whatever, so just have that active camo ready in case they jump in on you, and they never did, and that really, DeLuffy was like, all right, they're not going to put the active camo down, I'm just going to go in. I've got a lot of damage, I can burst one of them down, and sure enough, Kestrel did fall before she could get to base, unfortunately. We are going to take a quick break, everybody, but when we come back, we're going to get ready for game number 2 of this best-of-3 series. Enforcers already on the edge of their seeding here, already on the edge, looking to be dropped down to loser bracket. They have one more chance to say no and push us to a game number 3. We'll find out in just a few moments.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for this next matchup. For this next game in this series. This, of course, is One Piece 101 versus Enforcers. 1 seed versus the 9 seed. And right now, One Piece 101 is in the driver's seat with a matchup. Jaws, as we get into this next matchup in a few moments, what were some of the key things that stood out to you in that game as far as what One Piece 101 did correctly, and what does Enforcers need to kind of focus on here in game number 2?
I mean, One Piece just executed their comp perfectly. Tasty mentioned it a couple of times. I mentioned it once as well. Monkey needed to find those engagements that basically Enforcers could not predict, and they didn't predict it at all. He came barreling over the wall with an afterburn, and boom, take someone out, no problem, and then the rest of them follow up. And I think Monkey specifically, I mean, get him on that glaive again, because it seemed to work out perfectly.
Yeah, well, we're going to jump into the draft, so Tasty, let's get right into it. What do we got so far?
Well, we got the Adagio off the board first, but the Vox is the answer ban from One Piece 101, so they're willing to let Lyra go through. It'd be interesting to see if Enforcers pick that one up or not.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Lyra not being banned away and instantly picking up the Ringo there says, you know, maybe they don't have as high a priority on that Lyra as we once thought or thought a bit earlier. But Ringo being locked in here is going to be pretty good. And I can imagine, obviously, One Piece are going to take that Lyra. I mean, why not? It's there. It's available to you with those 2 picks. There it is, locked in.
Yeah, and I feel like they've got to be a little bit surprised that it got through. Maybe Enforcers, you know, kind of trying to play mind games with them. Say, okay, you left the Lyra up, so you clearly want us to pick the Lyra so that you can take the Ringo or something of that nature. But Enforcers, they take the Ringo away. That'll leave One Piece with the Lyra. They're going to pair it with the Glaive.
Oh boy, yeah, Monkey, like I said, you need him on this Glaive again. He did an absolutely fantastic job of just finding those picks last game. So, you know, not surprised to see that guy back on that yet again. However, rounding out this composition, but they probably will be looking for a laner here. And I'm kind of curious what they want to put up against this Ringo.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do look for a different laner or if they decide to put the Lyra in the lane. Because we have seen that happen quite a few times now of late. It's going to be Finn on the side of Enforcers. So it's got plenty of lockdown there. Don't know if it'll be enough to protect them from the Glaive, but that's obviously their hope.
Oh yes, that thing coming out, and I think it's time maybe for Fuego to decide, you know, I'm going to play this Finn now, I'm going to actually show you how it's done, see if I can get some sick forced accords off. But an Alpha is going to be the last lock-in as well, and a bit of a strange one, that one, because we've seen it a little bit in NA and a little bit of EU as well, but it seems to be very situational.
Yeah, very situational, and unfortunately, I just don't think this is really a great situation for Alpha going into a Lyra and a Glaive. Like, those are both picks that can really shut down what the Alpha is looking to do pretty heavily. So it's going to be a tough game for Vigilante. If you can make it work, it'll be really impressive, but I'm not going to be holding my breath too much for that one.
We'll have to wait and see. Selena Gomez obviously did get the hands on the Kestrel, so they will be piloting that one onto the Fold. We'll see how she does do on it, because last game, let's not take anything away from Vigilante. He did get some nice one-shot, one kills off. Obviously, he stole the gold miner, and the damage he was being able to put down as well was absolutely fantastic. He just couldn't obviously make it work around his team, but we'll see what Elaine Kestrel does instead this time. Obviously, probably going towards that weapon power build.
Yeah, not my favorite Kestrel build. I feel like the crystal power is just a lot more effective, but if you can be very accurate with your glimmer shots, you can still put out a ton of damage, even on the weapon power Kestrel. See, One Piece 101, they're once again going very aggressive at level 1.
They always seem to find Profuego as well. He is on the Finn, obviously. Artaban has been taken from Monkey Luffy. He can easily pick up this first blood, not a problem. They're actually going to give it over to Selena. I think that was just too easy for One Piece 101 to take. And even Vigilante now, his jungle pathing is getting a little bit disrupted. Monkey Luffy is going to dive straight in there and take away the camp. So big takeaways here from One Piece already. And two Enforcers, you know, not looking so hot as Alpha just gets zoned out now with that core charge as well. She's going to have to just back off here. And
definitely not the kind of start Enforcers were hoping to have here, down a game already. As Dragonborn mentioned before we started, at least they won't be eliminated if they don't pick up a win here, but oh
boy, Ola did not see that coming. Monkey, oh my goodness, just slice and dice. See you later. Does use the afterburn to get in, and that will be it. Ola just bites the dust.
So, as I was saying, the winner of this will have a much easier road to the challenge battles. The winner of this will only need one more victory, one more series victory, in order to guarantee themselves a spot in the challenge battle. So there is a lot to be said for being able to pick up this win and get to the playoffs without a series loss.
Yeah, I mean, that One Piece looking so strong right now. We mentioned it before, obviously, they are first seed And they are looking incredibly dominant right now. Even just a couple of minutes into this game. I mean, last game maybe a little bit shaky, but they kind of shook that game off themselves, you know, looking a bit more clean this time around. Obviously, they do have Lost Boy now, obviously, on the captain role. So we'll see if he can provide, you know, maybe a little bit of a different way to play captain coming into this game, obviously on the Lyra. With that already, Monkey looking for something else. And, yep, fine dollar. No, not too much of a problem, though, as he gets shoved back into his own turret.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the fact that Lost Boy Toph is playing for them. Like, this is actually a pretty big deal. Lost Boy Toph was widely considered to be one of, if not the best captains in North America. You know, obviously Flash X always up in that discussion, but you know, Lost Boy Toph was widely considered, while Flash X had the best mind for the game, Lost Boy Toph may be one of the best mechanically skilled captains in the game. So to have him now playing for them, it was something we touched on. We were very surprised that he hadn't been in their lineup. Now he's here, and
oh boy, now he's here. He's not lost. They found yet another kill, and actually goes over to Lost Boy as well. It's going to be a nice little bit of gold for him, a nice little bit of pocket change. And One Piece 101 already picking up their third kill, and Ola just getting caught off guard.
Yes, absolutely, and really abusing this Ringo in the lane. They're just constantly jumping on. This is exactly what you want to see when a team picks up a glaive. Well, not if you're on the other side of the fold from it, but you know, the glaive should be looking to make these plays, should be looking to constantly get into the lane, knock this Ringo into their team, and pick up these kills. And you can see when it's executed properly, it is extremely effective.
Oh boy, and that is a 4-minute Sorrow Blade as well, coming out from Selena Gomez. Sitting at 2 kills, she's sitting at 40 CS as well, not too shabby whatsoever. And that's going to be a massive power spike for her as well. She's just going to be doing so much damage. It's a little bit ludicrous. Monkey obviously has picked up the Storm Crown as well. He'll sit that nicely on his head, meaning he will be able to farm up those neutral creeps without a doubt, without a worry, and without a need to spend any more time than he should do.
Yeah, now they're starting to get pressure onto this turret. Hold on.
Oh, Ola. Oh my goodness. Ola, see you later, in fact. He just ends up falling. Monkey Luffy taking a little bit of damage from Vigilante there, actually just trading a lot of this damage here forwards. And Vigilante ends up going down. Infinite Reboot coming through. In fact, they are just going to be able to pick up the kill, no problem. Like I said, 4 minutes on that Sorrow Blade. And in fact, even Pro Fuego might just fall here as well. Selena Gomez's damage is just ridiculous right now, but Pro Fuego is still surviving underneath this turret. Monkey Luffy might just get killed as well. That last shot will do it. Double kill comes through, and that will mean Pro Fuego is finally got some kills on the ball for Team Enforcers.
Yeah, able to take advantage of perhaps a little bit of overextension there, but One Piece was still just exerting their dominance the entire time up until the very, very end, diving underneath the turret and saying, you know, we don't even care about this turret. We're still going to be able to pick up these kills. I mean, 2 kills for the team, not on the ideal target either. You know, Pro Fuego, not necessarily the one you want to be feeding extra gold onto if you have the option to choose, but they didn't exactly have a choice in that situation.
Oh, no, I don't think they did whatsoever. Pro Fuego, you know, he survived for so long using the fountain, obviously, and the 45 HP as well, just to make sure he survived a little bit longer. But with that, Monkey still looking for something. He's just monkeying around right now. Like, Team Enforcers can't really do much against him. He has obviously hit the level 6 as well, so outputting even more damage. This guy, a little bit of a monster on this pick at this moment. And with that, One Piece 101, yet again, looking for an engage. They jump straight onto Ola. Does manage to pump back Vigilante, though. Obviously, Infinite Reboot is available to her, as she does have the Termination Protocol as well.
Termination Protocol can start doing some really big damage as you level it up. It has pretty high base damage. Even if you were to go weapon power, it has really great crystal scaling, which is why you see when it is a crystal alpha, the immense amount of burst you can do. Monkey D. Luffy is just sitting here stalking, waiting for a chance to go in. Might find it soon.
Selena is just trying to bait them at this current point. Monkey Luffy just dives straight in. One shot, one kill is going to come out as well. It does hit Vigilante, not doing too much though. Lost Boy takes a little bit of damage. He's losing a little bit of HP, but hey ho, there we go. They will be able to back off that one, no problemo. That turret is going to fall as well. Selena Gomez just shredding it with those glimmer shots to aid her auto attacks. And that's going to be it. Team Enforcers, they're going to lose this first turret of the game, and they're going to lose the gold miner.
Yeah, definitely looking great once more for One Piece 101. They have control. They get that immense gold payout, 216 gold for each of them. That's enough to allow Selena Gomez to pick up a breaking point. And so Monkey D. Luffy also has quite a bit of gold. Kind of surprised that Monkey didn't dip down to the shop, pick up a couple items there, but should be able to finish off that Aftershock next time Monkey visits a shop. And that will just increase this massive damage output, the immense burst that they're able to do onto a target when they engage.
Yeah, and that's maybe what he wants to do in a couple of seconds. Will he be able to afford it? He will indeed. Aftershock is going to get picked up by Monkey. He's looking for something yet again. Obviously, Team Enforcers, they are obviously going to be so overextended now because that tier 1 turret is down, Tasty. So they're going to have to be also careful. As Monkey just stealing away a little bit of farm, no problem as well. Oh boy, there's a fight. Hang on a second. Vigilante is going to go in. Infinite Reboot comes down and Termination Protocol not really doing too much. My goodness, the damage coming out from One Piece is just absolutely insane. Selena is going to be able to pick up a double kill at the end of that fight. And this isn't even fair at this point as One Piece just tearing through the likes of Team Enforcers right now.
And look at this. They're going to go diving under this turret. They don't even care about the minions not being there. They don't care about the barrier that's on the turret. Monkey D. Luffy tanks it up for a while. The Storm Crown plus just the flat damage available to Selena Gomez is enough for them to take that turret out before the Ace Buff minions even get there, and they find another
Vigilante, they're finding something else as well, but Monkey actually falls in this situation, forced to go to bring him back in. Here we go, Selena Gomez is going to be able to take one with her, but that's going to be a double kill going over to Ola, the exact person you need them on at this point. Lost Boy is going to be able to escape, looking pretty lost right now on the fold, but I mean, picking up Selena Gomez, not bad at all. And this could be the way in for Team Enforcers right now. But still, the gold lead is just ever growing for the likes of One Piece 101.
Yeah, that fight there was a big step in trying to bring the gold back for Enforcers. I mean, you look at how much gold Hola got off of that kill, shutting down a 7-kill streak on Selena Gomez. That is a pretty hefty chunk. I didn't get to spot how much he had before those kills came through, but and had 1,500 when the dust settled there. So definitely picked up most of that during the engagement. For One Piece, they're not taking the foot off the gas whatsoever.
No, they are not. They're going for this gold mine. It is going to be contested, and it is contested successfully. Vigilante is going to be able to pick it up. She does dash in against all 3 members of One Piece 101. There comes the Hellfire Brew as well. Vigilante goes down, however, and there we go. The glaive damage comes through eventually. Triple kill comes through for Monkey. No problemo, he says. Thank you very much. Ace buff coming through, and with that, you can see why glaive is such a hotly contested pick.
Yeah, not only that, but the Lyra, too. It's so difficult for the members of Enforcers to get on and get damage to stick onto One Piece 101 because Lost Boy Top just gets them healing, puts down the bulwark, keeps them from engaging like that.
Speaking of the bulwark, yeah, Monkey Luffy's going to dive straight in again under the tower. Ola's doing a fantastic job of hiding, and actually Monkey Luffy might just go down here. He does indeed. Vigilante's going to follow that one up, no problem. And oh, Selena Gomez walks right into the flare, and Lost Boy is going to take the passage through, but I can't imagine she's going to survive any much longer. Here we go, Team Enforcers. They're edging ever so close to being able to catch up here, but One Piece, they're still firmly in the lead.
Still a firm lead, but maybe getting a little bit too complacent. This is an issue we've seen from other challenger level teams where when they get a big lead, they get sloppy with their play and afford opponents a chance to come back. That is not something you can do against a team like Enforcers. And you can see they've got this gold gap closed down to about 5,000 or so when it was much larger just a few moments ago. They weren't able to take down any turrets yet, and that's a big concern for me, is that you've got an ace and weren't able to take a turret. That should never happen this late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, but that just kind of speaks to where the game is at right now with One Piece. They are just so far ahead at this point. You did mention the gold lead. It was 6k, Tasty. 6k in the lead for the side of One Piece 101, but you know, that is kind of ever shrinking now. Only 5k in the bank, 1,000 gold, not too much at this point, you could say, but still, it's still getting there. Enforcers might be looking for something here, but One Piece, they're going to set up a little trap. Profago going fairly low, forced to cord comes out, does end up whiffing. And there we go, Hellfire Brute as well is going to land, is going to burn up Selena just a little bit, but no team wanting to commit and engage just yet.
And look at how much healing Lost Boy does. Though Hellfire Brew hit Selena Gomez just stood on the sigil and stayed at pretty much full health for the duration of that until the sigil went away. Just a little bit of burning stuck through. But now looks like they're trying to set up a fight again here.
They're trying to set up a fight around this Crystal Sentry. They want it dead. You can see him targeting it. There we go. Monkey Luffy dives, gets it. One shot, one kill comes out. Doesn't do all too much damage. Lost Boy just going in for the passage. Vigilante's going to follow it through as well. With the damage coming out from Selena Gomez is huge, but it actually just falls at the beginning of that fight. Monkey Luffy coming through, though, yet again with a massive burst damage. Vigilante's trying to find him now. Afterburns over to the wall, and that was a 2v1 situation, but Lost Boy hasn't got the damage to follow this one up. There we go. Vigilante's find his mark. I'm not sure Lost Boy's going to survive. But Monkey Luffy, you look at him right now, he's just pushing this minion wave in, just meaning that Vigilante will have to back at some point because those minions are going to crash on his base doors. As though I say that as Ola just respawns. He finally ends up picking up that kill at the end there. But at what cost? As Monkey is going to find him 2 levels ahead. Is he going to want to go for the engage? Decides against it.
Well, he thought about it for a second there at the end, but with Selena Gomez coming, and he wanted to maybe try and make it happen, but realized, wait, if my carry is coming, that means their carry is on its way as well. So they decide against it. But again, what great decision making. Lost Boy Top saying, hey, I'm going to make their jungle follow me. If they decide to chase me, we get a free turret out of it. And Monkey D. Luffy did just that. Got into the lane, pushed those minions in, took that third tier turret. And it is just keeping that gold in favor of One Piece 101. Again, they find themselves in this weird situation where they can push the lane, maybe have one member stuck a little bit. But Enforcer's not able to capitalize. I feel like Enforcer should have absolutely just pulled the trigger on trying to kill Monkey D. Luffy and then just recalled if the other two decided to try and push. However, they played it safe. They're going to be clearing out the lane. This means they are going to be sacrificing the gold miner. That's a 300 gold payout to One Piece 101. And Kraken will be spawning in 30 seconds. We may have a fight before then, though.
Oh yeah, one team is looking for it. I think it's One Piece 101. Profuego doing a lot of work in the front line, and Monkey almost going down there. He's going to have to back off really, really fast, but the healing from Lyra is just massive at this point. Selena Gomez is going to be able to reflex block the Hellfire Brew as well, but Lost is going to be in the middle of the team fight. No force to chords as it was blown earlier from Profuego, so no real follow-up from them there. They are going to be able to visit the item shop as well. Just pick himself up a couple of infusions. One Piece still looking for this fight. However, there's Monkey Luffy. Just punch Ola straight back into the rest of his team. Lost Boy's going to be able to chase this up as well. But Selena Gomez in the back line still yet again untouched. This guy's just going off right now. Ola's going to go down eventually. And Monkey Luffy is going to jump in and deny Vigilante of that dash towards the creep. That is going to be her life being sacrificed there, as well as the ace does come through for One Piece, and this could be the end of the game, Tasty.
Yeah, they don't have a ton of time, but without having ace buff minions, I don't think they can end the game without having a little bit of opposition, but they are going through these turns so quickly. I may have to eat my words because One Piece 101, extremely decisive down the stretch.
Oh boy, they're going for it. They're going to easily get this one. Selena Gomez completely untouched in the back line there. Vein Crystal explodes, and there explodes the dream of Enforcers as well. Monkey, well, I was going to call them Monkey Piece 101. One Piece 101.
We might as well be
domination. Yeah, we might as well call it Monkey Piece 101. But One Piece 101, absolute domination of that series with Team Enforcers there. We knew they were the underdog, but you know, One Piece 101, no problemo. Take the game and take the series.
And what a great, again, the decision making at the end. I didn't quite expect them to have that much damage on the turret with the barrier still on it, but they just melted through and took that fight, didn't actually have to take the fight at the end because they got through those turrets so quickly. Finish off the game extremely decisive. That is what you need to see for a team that wants to make it into Vainglory 8.
Wow, I think there's a huge difference in that team with Lost Boy Toph. They played with a lot more confidence. I will say there were still some major positional errors by One Piece 101. I mean, Monkey D. Luffy could have easily been caught out several times, right? He really flirted with being really far away from his team, knowing that at that point Enforcers was just too afraid to engage, fearing that the rest of the team would come storming down on top of them, and they didn't want to waste a lot on him. But there were a few times where they got overconfident, they overstayed, and they were able to get surprise attacked upon. Once Ringo was like locked in a few series of auto attacks, Monkey D. Luffy would fall early, or Selena Gomez. They were able to win that fight, Enforcers was. But, you know, when you look at that in Jaws, you saw it. I mean, the team fights though, when One Piece 101 made a decision to go into a fight, they won it almost every single time. And it's really a big impact by how well the support play is by Lost Boy Toph. Also, having the Lyra doesn't hurt.
Oh boy, yeah, it definitely doesn't hurt. And that's one of the other reasons why it's such a good pick. The healing coming out from Lost Boy Toph was just absolutely insane and just really pushed them through a lot of those mid-game kind of engagements, just because if they engage, they can kind of disengage, heal up, and then they can re-engage with the advantage in terms of HP. Enforcers just didn't really stand a chance when it came up to that kind of sustain in the game.
Yeah, it was actually surprising that they were even to win team fights or even pull off a few aces when they were that far behind. So Enforcers really, they had a shot, but I think they made a mistake in the draft by letting that Lyra go through. And then to follow up, like just giving up the early aggression was, I think, the right call, but then not being able to, you know, pick the fights the way they needed to. Maybe just waiting for, I mean, they got caught out so many times. It was really, really challenging. You have to imagine how frustrated the Ringo was. Just getting ganked time and time again by that glaive. It makes it really hard to stick to your battle plan. So with that, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, of course, we're going to be getting into the next series. We actually have to find out which one that is, as we are waiting for some of these loser rounds to finish so we can get on to the next one in just a few moments. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for the next matchup, and we're going to be jumping down to the loser bracket where we're going to start seeing eliminations, and we're going to stay here for the rest of the night as we have a lot of teams that still need to play, and we're going to be determining who makes it to the playoffs. Only 2 teams from the loser bracket can make it. Of course, we know our 2 winner teams. It is Necrolite and Best Anime Girl, One Piece 101. That made it from the winners bracket. We are jumping down to the loser bracket and featuring our first loser bracket game today. It's Best Anime Girls versus Team Hydrogen. So we don't know a lot about these teams specifically. I mean, recognize some of the names, but we haven't really seen them play a lot competitively. These are the rosters that we have right now. And, you kind of look at it and say, all right, there's some new faces here. So it's a chance for them to kind of make a name for themselves and show, hey, do they deserve to be here? These are the 2 lowest seeds to be playing currently in the Group A, right? So the winner of this does make it on to go play the next round, but, there's still, a lot to be said as far as these 2 teams kind of upsetting a lot of the teams that they've played before them to make it this far, for sure. So we'll definitely have to see how it goes, and I think we're almost ready to start. But, as we kind of get into this, because we're in the lower seeds, we do expect to see just the gameplay be a little bit different, and I'd be curious to see, really which team is most prepared, just even looking at Best Anime Girls, I don't, some of these names are names, and of course, a lot of these players change their names so frequently, it's kind of hard to keep up, Tasty.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, these teams, a lot of the players, they have a little bit extra ice, and they like to use it on name changes, and thankfully there are a couple websites that now let us track those name changes so we can confirm without having to go through some extraneous processes to do so.
Absolutely. Well, into the draft we're going to go on this game as we're ready to start seeing kind of how it unfolds, so let's take it away.
Oh boy, we're in the draft. Lyra is going to be the ban, as well as Vox. Are we surprised, Tasty? I don't think we are, and Vox has been kind of a hotly contested pick as well. Are you surprised to see a Vox ban?
I'm surprised that it's not Adagio getting banned, and I'm even more surprised that it's an Arden first pick while Adagio is available.
Wow. Okay, that's definitely not something I'm used to seeing either. So, Best Anime Girls decide, you know what, we don't need the Adagio to win, we're just going to have the Arden instead. As now it is time for Team Hydrogen to pick up, and they do end up picking up a Finn, and they got a few more seconds to pick up their next hero here as well. And is that going to be an Adagio? It kind of has to be, right?
I would assume it would be, but I mean, neither of these teams seem to really have too much of a priority on it, and they're not going to take it. I am thoroughly surprised to see Adagio slip through here.
I mean, Glaive is a big pickup. We can't let that one slip by. Team Hydrogen are obviously going to get the Finn Glaive combo, but that does leave Best Anime Girls with a kind of a second chance to pick up this Adagio, and I will be very surprised if we just see a pick and ban phase without the Adagio, as Koshka is going to get locked in, and that's going ever closer to reality.
Only 2 picks remaining, and unless either of these teams are going to look for the Adagio as a lane carry, we may not see Adagio have an appearance in this draft. And like I said, that's very surprising to me. He's such a strong pick. So many teams have done this, but like Dragonborn said, we're in the loser bracket. He's a little bit lower seeds. Maybe these players just aren't practiced with the Adagio, which, I mean, you would expect everyone. Even if it's a lower seed, when you're at this stage of the tournament, you expect them to have experience and know how to play the Adagio.
Wow.
It's going to be Rhyme as the last pick.
Clearly not then, Tasty. No one has actually picked up the Adagio or has been banned away. We're actually going to see an Alpha and a Koshka on the same team here for Best Anime Girls. One of those obviously heading towards the lane and jungle, which is not something we usually see whatsoever. But yeah, Rhyme pick as well. There's an awful lot of melee in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of melee heroes, and actually there really isn't a ranged hero at all, unless you're counting the fact that like Rhyme can do damage from a distance with his abilities, but that's really about it. Everyone else is melee, so Rhyme might be having a field day. On the side of Best Anime Girls, though, I feel like it has to be Koshka in the lane. You don't put Alpha in the lane because one of her abilities is literally almost useless up there. So I would assume that it's going to be lane Koshka.
Yeah, I'd assume so as well. We'll have to wait and see. But I've got a feeling, man. I think Rogue Bomber, yep, he's going straight towards that lane, man. It's a Koshka in the jungle. As soon as he picked up those items, I knew he was going to be in the lane. So we're actually getting a lane alpha. Definitely not seen it before. So that is not in at least VG8 at least. We've seen alpha many a time in the jungle, but this is the first time we've seen it in a lane, man. What an interesting pickup for the best anime girls.
Unconventional doesn't even begin to describe what we're seeing here. As I'm actually kind of surprised that Glaive started without the afterburn. As otherwise, I feel like they may have been able to just pick up an immediate first blood right there, but they're actually going to be leaving Rhyme in the lane against an alpha. I'm at a loss. I'm at a complete loss for words. I did not at all expect at any point this season I would be saying, and we have Alpha laning against Rhyme to start this off.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would have blamed you there, Tasty, at all. Definitely see those heroes in the jungle, not in the lane. However, Rock Bomber is taking a little bit of damage there. As Thardor is going to pay a little visit as well, but Abstract, obviously, he is off to the side, and Arden is such a strong captain, and we are seeing him a little bit more in VG8, and I'm not surprised we're seeing him here in VIS.
Oh, the afterburn doesn't quite connect the way Bertrabus would have liked, but Alpha's going back in.
Yeah, Alpha is going back in because she's got the backup of the Koshka, but that does mean one kill's going to get traded. Rock Bomber almost goes down. Energy's going to be in a little bit of trouble on this Rhyme pick, sustaining through it, although Rock Bomber would be able to get in time. Core charges away. Energy, he's so weak, he's so low, he ends up trading 1-for-1 there eventually, but still, best anime girls, they are going to take that advantage with the extra kill going over to Naruto. And with that, Farador is the only person left in the lane, and he's going to have to back off very sharply as well. But best anime girls, they do take the top of that trade. That Naruto playing a little bit aggressive yet again. Abstract is going to be here. Brett has spawned. He's going to be able to chase up Abstract Wolf in a little bit of trouble. Naruto is going to be able to dissuade the rest of Team Hydrogen as they do retreat to their own jungle.
Whew. Very intriguing start to this one. 2-1 on the kills as they were able to drop Rock Bomber. He rebooted just barely and then was able to trade out one kill as he went down. So it ended up being a trade in favor of Best Anime Girls. They're going to continue to just try and keep pressure on it. Looks like, again, Alpha in the lane, just not something I don't even really know where to begin with this. Like, you know, your prime directive doesn't hit the minions, so that can't really be used to help you farm. If you try and use a core charge to help farm, you're losing health just to go in and kill a minion. Like, it ends up being a really just kind of weird situation to me, a really weird decision to put the Alpha in the lane altogether. Yeah,
for sure. And with that, obviously, I was curious to see what build should go, but it will obviously be the weapon power coming through. As obviously we do have Koshka in the jungle going the crystal, and with obviously the weapon power alpha, that's a lot of sustained damage, and I mean a lot of sustained damage. Those core charges will end up hurting a fair bit. However, obviously Infinite Reboot, or rather Termination Protocol, obviously not doing as much, but only just surviving last fight. Definitely something she should keep in mind as well, as we do have Energy returning to the lane. He's going weapon power as well, it looks like.
I don't think it's going to be weapon. There's a chance that they're running the weapon power Rhyme, but it could still very much just be building into an alternating current and just having the Book of Eulogies just for the early game.
Yeah, makes most sense. I mean, the sustain definitely against someone like an Alpha.
As we've already learned this game, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's more than true, Stacey. More than true. I mean, whatever would we have thought is, you know, you see Alpha locking, you know, okay, she's going towards that jungle role, but no, it was like last pick into a straight into the lane. and we were both sitting there a little confused, let's not lie. And the thing is as well, Ringo was available, so I was actually extremely confused. We are going to see Brett come up towards the lane though. Rock Bomber is going to use the A, not really hitting all too much though. Abstract's getting taken really low here. Brett is going to be able to follow this up with a lot of damage. Naruto is here. Yanni Cat Frenzy is available. Brett's going to have to back off really fast as Thrador is going to throw down a quibble just to dissuade the rest of them. Energy is has arrived, and it does look, in fact, they are actually going down the weapon power route.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that works out right now.
No, denied. He's dead. Rock Bomber just gets the last hit in with the core charge. I wasn't really sure to go straight in ham on that fight, but Best Anime Girls decide they needed that kill. Turret is going to go really low as well. Brett has arrived. Thador is coming up very slowly, prodding along, but Team Hydrogen are going to be on the back end of this one, and they're going to go straight onto Brett. The Yanni Cannon Frenzy is going to land. They're going to follow this up one with no problemo. They're going to be able to take him down. Best Anime Girls proving they are definitely the best coming into this matchup already. Team Hydrogen, they are going to lose that first turret and the first couple of fights as well. But Bullet's still in a little bit of trouble with Team Hydrogen spawning, and Energy is going to be able to trade up some damage, but other than that, that's going to be it.
So for anyone out there who's looking at this weapon power rhyme and just thinking like, well, this is just absolutely moronic, why would you do weapon power rhyme? There is a small idea behind it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but just to explain why they may have chosen to go this route, Rhyme's heroic perk that gives him the fortified health is based on all damage that he does, including basic attack damage. So the idea here is to get Rhyme, really, really durable, build that Serpent's Mask, build a little bit of attack speed, and then just sit there and attack people all day and just have massive amounts of fortified health constantly. That just makes you incredibly difficult to take down. Again, I don't agree with it. It's the best choice here. I don't think it's going to work, but just for those who are trying to figure out why you would even fathom going this build path.
Well, we'll see if it does work towards the later stages of the game. Obviously, he's going to be hitting like a truck as well. Tharador is going to get jumped on. Naruto is in the front line. Rock Bomber just takes the punt of the... oh dear. Well, he died instantly. Gorla goes down, and they're going to jump straight onto the Rhyme. Energy in a lot of trouble now. No defensive items apart from that small bit of shielding is not going to dissuade him from just being absolutely scratched to death by Naruto. They're going to jump onto this turret as well. Tharador is going to be there to kind of prod them, poke them away, but he's not going to be able to do anything all too much. He's actually going to get jumped on as well. He's going to end up falling just in time. Brett does arrive. However, doesn't mean Best Anime Girls are done with him just yet. Going really low yet again. Alpha's going to jump straight onto the turret. Prime Directive followed through. Doesn't end up hitting, and Energy is going to have to back off really fast as well. Best Anime Girl still chasing him. Almost goes down. Ends up going back to the base as well, just to revive a little bit of that HP. Best Anime Girl still pushing forward. They finally end up backing off after taking 2 kills and a turret.
And just showing absolutely no fear and diving incredibly deep. And well,
boy, they're going in for it yet again. Brett gets jumped on, and Naruto just in this front line here. No Yummy Candy Frenzy, never for a couple of seconds. Force to Core does go out. It misses. Rock is going to be in the middle of 3 of them trying to find Brett, but doesn't get him with the termination protocol. Actually gets terminated himself. Energy is going to be able to secure that kill, his second of the game. Best Anime Girls, I still think that's a worthwhile trade. 3 kills and a turret for only 1.
I mean, it definitely could have been a better trade without giving up any kills there, but when all is said and done, they still have to be pretty happy with their current position in the game. About 4,000 gold ahead of their opposition. Those 2 turrets already destroyed as well, and just constantly exerting pressure across the map, forcing members of Hydrogen to have to play very defensively and very warily. Energy now picks up a breaking point, so kind of looking like what we'd normally see out of a Black Feather. Would have heavily preferred to have seen this pick be a Black Feather, but we'll see if he can make this rhyme work as the game continues to get later and later.
Well, it is a best of 3, Tasty. Something to keep in mind is they can change up the drafts later. We'll see if that does affect them coming into the second game. Best Anime Girls, though, in game number 1 right now, they are looking incredibly strong. 5k in the bank for them. Make that 6, in fact, now. Naruto is going to dive in amongst Team Hydrogen. Not too much of an issue, though. She is a very, very fast cat at this current time. Gold Miner being started up as well. Energy looking to come into this one also. Theodore does have the ultimate available, but Gauntlet does go down, not really heading in, even Prime Directives followed through. Yanni Catnip Frenzy straight onto the Rhyme. Energy going so low, that 4 or 5 health's not going to be much now. He ends up falling as well. Rock Bottom still chasing up. This weapon power Alpha is just doing so much damage. Prime Directive missed, but it doesn't matter. Naruto's there as well, does pick up the double kill, and finally Rock Bottom secures himself one. Ace comes through, and that will be Best Anime Girls. Again, just destroying Team Hydrogen in these 3-on-3s.
Yeah, energy on this Rhyme just has not been able to get anything going. Neither has Bertrabus with this utility glaive, and we're 10, almost 11 minutes in, and Bertrabus is still sitting on just a single tier 3 item. There's just been no gold available for this glaive to pick up. When you look across the way, look at the items now coming out for the side of Best Anime Girls. You've got 2 completed offensive items on this Kashka, 2 completed on Rock Bomber now as he just picks up that breaking point as well. That's just going to make him even scarier as they continue just taking it to Team Hydrogen.
Oh man, and we were speaking of the sustained fights as well, and Energy obviously does thrive in those, but breaking point, hey, Rock Bomber's already doing a lot of damage with a breaking point on top of that as well. He is going to be shredding the team of Hydrogen right now. They're going to lose a few atoms, that is for sure. Well, lose the singular atom that Hydrogen is, but hey ho. They didn't think of that one coming up with the team name, man. I could have made some pretty sick jokes if it was like Oxygen or something. Okay. Jokes aside, Best Anime Girls are still winning.
Yeah, winning pretty heavily too. I mean, this gold lead is now up at about 8,000 gold. 12 minutes in, just massive amounts of pressure advantages, massive amounts of objective advantages. It feels like pretty much anywhere they go, they can start a fight, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh boy, anywhere they go, they will find a fight, and if there isn't one, they'll start it. Gauntlet comes down, Rhyme is locked up yet again. Brett is going to go really low, Yanni Catnip Frenzy straight onto Energy. He's still alive with that 4 or 5 HP, but ends up falling through a stun. Brett is going to not survive that fight either. He's going to try and run away, but doesn't mean to say Rock Bomber has done with him just yet. That will be Naruto picking up another double kill, and Naruto just kind of popping off right now on this Koshka. 8-0 on this pick at the moment. With that, an ace. The turrets are falling very sharp as well, and I can imagine this is either going to be a double turret destroy or it's just going to be the complete end of the game, because Best Anime Girls, they are looking definitely the best. Oh my goodness, they have just brought their A game to this best of 3.
I don't know if Team Hydrogen are anime girls themselves, but Best Anime Girls are certainly the tops in that department as they pick up a very clean, very decisive victory with a very unconventional draft and team setup.
Indeed they are, and Alpha never expected it to go into that lane, but hey, it definitely worked out for them. But Energy not really showing all too much on that Rhine, and I think it's back to the drawing board from the draft, but we'll see if Best Anime Girls actually want to change it up for them.
Yeah, really fascinating hero composition to say the least. And I think when you're going into a draft like this, even if you're a team that's pretty aware of like what may be the most convenient draft, when you're faced with something so off the wall, sometimes you've got to utilize different heroes or different compositions to pair into it. Maybe the standard comp doesn't work. But Best Anime Girls clearly knowing like how to deal with that Rhyme. We do see every once in a while like a team try to play Rhyme, maybe not in the lane, maybe not weapon. But when you have someone that's kind of tanky, you want to kind of pair it up with someone else that's pretty tanky as well. Alpha doing that, I think, moderately okay. So we're not going to wait a lot longer to get into the next game, actually, as this team, the game ended really short, and I think they're ready to get into the second one as we speak. But, I think if I'm Best Anime Girls, if I'm, at least fairly knowledgeable on, all right, we need probably some range in these games. Most of the matches that we see typically have a decent amount of range or gap closing. And of course, there was some good gap closing with Glaive and Alpha, but you'd like to see maybe some of that that gap closing paired with a good range hero, and kind of coming into this match, maybe with some of those bans that we talked about, forcing them into some of these picks. But this time, with Lyra and Adagio on the board, you kind of imagine that this is something that they shouldn't have let happen. So I think we're about ready to go into this next matchup here. Let me just check. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Yeah. So we're going to not really wait much longer, guys. We're going to get right into the draft for this game. So, Tasty, let's jump right into it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Hopefully, we have a little bit of a more kind of standard draft, as it's much easier to analyze than when things like a weapon power rhyme come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting, but we are going to see a little bit more of a standard, would you say, composition coming out from Team Hydrogen already. They're going to take the Vox away, actually banning away the Ringo this time. So not ban away Vox, they're going to take away the Vox and ban the Ringo. So it does leave Best Anime Girls with a couple of picks here, and please, are they going to pick a all melee composition, or are they going to decide, you know what, we'll actually just change it up for this game number 2?
Well, again, the Adagio is available, but once again,
well, Arden is going to get the lock in here. Adagio, yep, you're not wrong, is available. Do they just pick it up here, but they decide, you know what, it worked last time, it might just work this time. Arden and Koshka are going to be the first lock-ins for Best Anime Girls. Team Hydrogen, you better pull some extra atoms up. This time, you really needed more of a ranged carry, I think, rather than just the Rhyme.
They're going to pick up the Lance here to go along with the Vox. They've already got that ranged carry, at least, with the Vox pickup, but now rounding out the composition, obviously going to be looking for a Crystal Jungler. They're going to pick up the Alpha, so taking that away, making sure that they can't play the exact same composition twice on the side of Best Anime Girls.
Oh man, yeah, they're like, oh no, wait, no, we're not playing against Alpha again. Thank you very much. It's going to go towards the jungle role, I can imagine. Rock Bomber even, is going to pick up the Blackfeather this time. And funnily enough, did you not mention that previously? You were like, I wish this was a Blackfeather.
Yeah, that was for the side of Team Hydrogen. If they were going to go that build path on the Rhyme, I would have preferred to see it be a Blackfeather, but now Blackfeather's going to be coming out against them. We'll see if Rock Bomber can make it work.
We'll see, indeed. Bit more meta, don't you think, this time, Tasty? Are you a little bit more happy now that it's a bit more meta, a little easier to analyze in that sense?
For one side, at least. I mean, Best Anime Girls still have Koshka Blackfeather, which isn't exactly what we'd consider meta, but at least Blackfeather, a little bit more of a pick that we've seen in the lane a few times. Koshka obviously is very much in the meta. It's just that they don't have a range carry at all on their team. They didn't need one last time, but they weren't up against one last time either.
That is very true. If if they're not picking fire, why would you fight with it? But this time, Blackfeather against the Vox, it's going to be a little easier for the Vox, I can imagine. Although already Rock Bomber is harassing a little bit, just making sure they know where Team Hydrogen are. And they will just back off nice and safely. And I want to say as well, that Vox skin is easily my favorite. He shoots out like little Tron discs. It's awesome.
Cloud Raider Vox, definitely one of the more popular skins, although a lot of people have been using the School Days Vox just because it's new. That always seems to be the case. When a new skin comes out, it seems to get played all the time, and then as things kind of start to settle down, players go back to the ones that they just like the best. Lots of damage onto Rock Bomber, though.
Yeah, he's getting poked out here. Whoa, Impale just missing, though. Thardor has been it was okay on the Finn last time. I mean, on the Lance might have a little bit more success, just wasn't as impactful as he wanted to be for sure. But this Lance, definitely early game hero, scaling up very nicely into the late game as well, will surely have an impact. And being able to just pin down the Koshka and obviously pin down the Blackfeather is going to be also important to their composition, I feel.
Yeah, it's not quite as easy as it sounds to pin down a Koshka or Blackfeather, but if you can pull it off, it can really go a long way in helping your team pick up a victory. But for now, we'll see. Everything looks to be fairly conventional. Nothing too out of the ordinary thus far to kick things off.
Oh no. Well, apart from Brett and Naruto just recalling beside each other, no problems. They got no qualms with each other just yet. As they do pick up a couple of their first items as well, so there's going to be a nice little power spike for them. Obviously, jungle will intensify in a couple of minutes. No real fights around this Elder Treant thus far. And who do you think is going to really make this first move coming into these fights?
I feel like it should be Best Anime Girls that kind of push the envelope, just because Koshka is going to be really wanting to try and make things happen. And you have the Lance that can, or the Arden that can help the Koshka get into the thick of things and get out safely. So I would like to see Best Anime Girls start the aggression off, but you never know with Tharder on this Lance. He could be looking for opportunities, though Energy doesn't really seem to be too interested in joining it.
Yeah, they're not really phased at all. Abstract is going to jump straight on Thardor yet again. Naruto is up into this lane now, jumps straight onto Energy. Energy's going to be able to dash back, not a problem. Thardor's there with the Githian wall. No issues, just smacking the kitty away, not a problem. And with that, obviously, Brett is down in this bottom side now. He's going to take up the Elder Treant, so a little bit of wasted time there from Naruto, thus just kind of giving a little bit of farm over to Brett.
Yep, and so Bertram's with that little bit of farm, going to be ready to go to the shop pretty soon. Has 1,700 gold, as they haven't visited the shop yet this game, but up in the lane, he's continuing to skirmish every so often.
Oh yeah, Energy looking for those skirmishes now. He wants to get a little bit of revenge onto Rock Bomber, as Tharder finds him with the Impale and the Githian wall, but no damage really traded up. However, Brett is here as well. Rock Bomber's going really low. Bomber's going to have to dash straight out of there, not exploding just yet. Brett, obviously not level 6 mark either, so Termination Protocol isn't really going to help him at this point. However, we are going to see a Crystal Power on the side of the Alpha this time, so not too much of an issue in terms of damage.
Actually, a good amount of damage traded
Naruto.
back.
Oh, that was close.
Naruto wanted that one, but the recall came through in time. Tharder gonna actually do quite well at keeping these minions at bay, so that Rock Bomber can't really get any damage onto the turret, at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now. Rock Bomber's still doing a lot of, he's got a lot of pushing power on his side. He's actually found Brett now. Brett's going really low here. Obviously does have the passive still available. Nice double root from Thador though. And a Githian wall to follow up. Naruto jumps in, but Brett's actually just going to fall, in fact. Abstract Wolf is going to be able to pick up the first kill. Yoni Candid Frenzy straight on top of Energy as well. He ends up falling. This could be actually a complete ace. Ace at 4 minutes here, as the Koshka picks up 2 of those kills and Abstract picks up 1 as well. Really nice start coming through already for Best Anime Girls. They picked that fight so perfectly.
Yeah, not only did they pick the fight perfectly, but it was also perhaps a little bit of overstaying on the side of Team Hydra. It was pretty obvious that the fight was not going to go their way from a very early point in it, and they still stuck around just trying to get a little bit of damage, trying to get anything they could. As a result, they end up losing all 3 members, giving up that ace, losing out on a turret, and well, Best Anime Girls, they've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead at just the 5.5 minute mark.
So massive, and that's a lot of damage onto Energy as well. Running out of that energy very, very soon. Also, Prime Directive isn't going to hit onto Thaldor. He could have been very, very dead in that situation, but Rock Bomber's actually got other means. He's just going to dive straight under the turret. Thaldor's healing up from the fountain, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Rock Bomber just dives it, doesn't really mind too much. Takes 400 damage from the turret hit, and now you can see Energy just trying to trade some of this up, trying to pick up a kill. There's Brett. He finally fires him with the giant scissors, and Abstract as well. Maybe not long for the world. Brett with the ultimate available. Prime Directive in. Naruto, I'm not sure he wants anything to do with this fight either, as Brett just continuing this chase. Naruto jumps onto him, and I think that will be it for now. Yummy Catnip Frenzy is available, but Infinite Reboot is also strong. But Naruto decides, you know what, not going to let Jaws stop speaking whatsoever, as he does end up going down into the Infinite Reboot. Baldor's here as well, though. That's going to be a nice Githian wall, nice Impale as well to stun the Koshka, but it's not going to matter at this point. Naruto actually just picks up the kill. Yummy Catnip Frenzy straight on top of him as well. Double Githian wall yet again from Thaldor. He's just on point with these, but at this point, it's not going to matter as he falls as well. Energy, yet again, the last member alive.
And that whole time, Energy is just standing there farming minions. Like he was farming the lane, standing around last hitting the minions, while his team is just getting decimated in the jungle just beneath him. That's a situation where, as a carry, you need to rotate down and at least try to help your team. It didn't happen here, and as a result, Best Anime Girls, they just get an even larger lead for their troubles.
Oh, yes, they will. And with that, Best Anime Girls, they're looking so hot right now. And that can be construed into lots of different ways. I probably shouldn't have restrained that together in a sentence. They are obviously up one game as well. And they are just showing up an absolute treat here. Team Hydrogen, they need to kind of pull something out of the bag at this point. What do you think they can do to actually get back in this game, Tasty?
That's an excellent question at this point. They are very, very far behind in terms of itemization and just momentum and in general. When you look at Rock Bomber, actually Rock Bomber has surprisingly few amounts of tier 3 items because he has so many tier 2s in his inventory. And then look at Kashka sitting on an Aftershock and an Atlas Pauldron. You compare that to Alpha with just the Aftershock, that's a pretty big lead there as well. So really, I mean, Best Anime Girls should be able to just keep up exactly what they're doing, and it should carry them through to the end of the game.
Oh yes, it should. It definitely did last game. We'll see if they can continue that trend. Aldor, not level 6 yet either, obviously. Oh, just dings at level now. As soon as I said it, he dinged level 6. He has got the combat roll available. Gold miner though. Just gonna fight the dust. No worries. He's gonna return to the earth, and another one will spawn in a second. But that's a nice 300 gold apiece as well. 900 across the board. Just extends that gold lead even further, Tasty. 5k in the lead now as well. I just can't seem to think how Team Hydrogen are going to come back into this one, as they've not even taken a turret in this entire series.
Yeah, they just have not looked like they are at the same level of Best Anime Girls. And Best Anime Girls, they're definitely, unconventional methods, sure, but if they're working, you can't really complain about them too much. They are very clearly working for them here. And one thing to keep in mind is this is elimination bracket, so that means that if Hydrogen does not come back in this game, they will be eliminated from the VIS Challengers.
It's all to play for, and that's exactly what Brett's doing right now. Nice impale. Thador picks up 2, but Rock Bomber is trading up a lot of damage there as well. And here is the time, I think, for Energy to shine. He's just sitting under this turret, dishing out a lot of damage, but he's just being resisted half the time. There's just so much defensive. There's so many defensive items on the side of Best Anime Girls that he's just not really doing much, and just the scraps continue. There comes Brett, but the Gauntlet comes down. It's actually going to stop Thador advancing. Energy just gets jumped on underneath the tower. They know exactly who they want to kill, and they end up picking up their mark as well. Brett just trying to pick off Abstract Wolf and Naruto, but they will manage to escape, and now Rock Bomber's in the front line, trading up a lot of damage. He's going to go into Infinite Reboot as well. Rock Bomber is just an absolute beast, completely ignored in that entire fight, and with that, Naruto as well is going to secure his 5th kill of the game. Turret's going to fall. Thador's the last one alive, and that will be yet again another massive advantage coming through for Best Anime Girls.
This gold lead just continues to grow, now having shot up to, like you said, around 8 or 9,000 gold in favor of Best Anime Girls. 10.5 minutes in. It is just so difficult to try and deal with a gold lead of this size at this stage of the game.
It really is, and you can see now they're just trying, and Rock Bomber's in just going really aggressive. Actually just gets Githy and Wald straight up stunned up, but they're just so scared of him at this current point. They know Abstract even is so close to them, and that's exactly where Energy does not want to be. See you later, mate. You're going to go down very soon. There you go. Abstract takes the kill. I think he deserves it after the gauntlets he's had in this series. And yet again, Best Anime Girls proving once again they are the best anime girl.
And Energy again, just positioning, map awareness not being there. He saw all 3 members of Best Anime Girls in his side of the jungle and was still on the opponent's side of the map, just farming the lane. So they just say, hey, we don't need to go chasing these kills in the jungle. There's one just kind of being handed to us up in the lane. Rotate up, pick that kill, and then go and grab themselves a decent gold payout on top of it.
Oh boy, more gold in their back pocket, and that will mean almost 10,000 in the lead. Adol is on the other side, does spot Rock Bomber, but yet again, see, there's two of them there. And in fact, obviously, Energy could rotate down, but they're just so scared of Naruto being there as well as Abstract that they just don't want to aggress on such an unvisioned up jungle.
And well, that's the proper decisions to make, because if without having that vision, you don't know where your opponents are going to be. It may not matter if you know where they're going to be, because best anime girls are going to come find you.
Oh, yes, they will. Gauntlet goes down, stuns up all three of them. This is a disaster for Team Hydrogen. They're going to explode, and the atom that is theirs is going to be lost as well. My goodness, Brett didn't stand a chance. Neither did Energy. That Gauntlet coming through from Abstract absolutely perfectly. Prime Directive is going to just lead to his death. These turrets are going to fall as well. Best Anime Girls, I think they're one more fight away, Tasty, from just taking this entire series by an absolute storm. Turret goes down. There goes Best Anime Girls. They're going to hip on skip out of the base. 2 more minutes as well, and then the Kraken's on the board.
And you gotta figure, Best Anime Girls, they probably don't even need the Kraken to finish off the game, but they can very easily just wait for her to spawn, pick up that objective, and then use it to push in and finish things off. But like I said, we'll see if they even get that far, because anytime Hydrogen comes just a little too far forward, Best Anime Girls seem to know and find the fight, taking the fight every single time they've had that opportunity.
Indeed they are, and you mentioned a minute ago as well that, you know, if they can't find the fight, they will surely seek it out, and with good reason as well. They are so far ahead at this point that I'm not sure Team Hydrogen can make it back from this deficit. I mean, we're 11k. This is the point of the game, I think, where if it was a game number 2, or I mean in game number 1 even, you were looking to game 2, but at this point you're looking to just get knocked out completely.
That's exactly what is on the verge of happening for Team Hydrogen. They are just 2 turrets left, standing up to protect them from elimination in VIS Challengers North America. That's the Anime Girls. They are on the prowl once more.
They're on the prowl. Naruto is definitely on the prowl. Abstract comes down with a beautiful gauntlet again, blocking everybody in. And Brett is in the middle of it all. Prime Directives into 3 of them. It's going to pop the ult as well, but goes straight into the Infinite Reboot. Gideon War onto 3, in fact, is going to just stop the advances, but not for long. There goes Abstract, does solo kill almost Brett. And there goes the team and the hopes and dreams of Team Hydrogen right now. Best Anime Girls, they're going to be able to take these 2 turrets. Thaldor's the only one left alive, gets a triple impale, but I'm afraid at this point, buddy, it's not even worth it. 1 turret falls, they're ignoring the damage from it as well. 2nd turret is surely soon to fall as well. Vein Crystal going down. Best Anime Girls with a 2-0 in such a dominating series.
Yeah, they might get a few more kills under their belt here before the crystal falls, if they so choose, but they were kind of getting pushed off a little bit here.
Yeah, Naruto actually picked up a kill, but Rock Bomber's damage is just absolutely ridiculous. Energy's got no life left in him, and as he ends up falling, Prime Directive onto 2 of them, but triple kill does come through eventually for Rock Bomber. I wasn't scared that they weren't going to win the game there, Tasty. I knew they could do it, and they did prove me right. Best Anime Girls 2-0, and that is going to be that best of 3 over in such a flash.
Wow, what a series from Best Anime Girls. 2 very unconventional drafts for them. Triple melee on both games, and they still just dominate their opponents, getting themselves into the next round and avoiding elimination.
Yeah, they move on, man. So decisive, guys. Like, that was not even close. Neither of these series were really close. It almost felt like Best Anime Girls were maybe playing a little cheeky, showing off a little bit with just some of the over-aggressiveness they played. I mean, diving multiple turrets, taking 2 turret shots at once. Maybe that's not quite how you would play when you get into some of the higher tiers. So that could be a little challenging. But with that, we actually are going to move over to our next loser bracket game. It already started, game number 1 of Divine Eros versus Hello Girls. This one, I'm thinking you guys are going to like a lot as well, because this is, some pretty higher seeds here. We're talking like in the top 20. So, and Hello Girls, number 8 seed, kind of getting upset by Enforcers, getting knocked down here. So we're going to get a chance to see them kind of redeem themselves against another team that's been kind of hot as of late. Divine Heroes coming in here pretty hot tonight, looking to try to upset Hello Girls once again. We'll see if they can, be the second team to upset this really exciting roster in Hello Girls. In just a quick second, we are going to take a quick break though, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a very, very short amount of time.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the next series, and this one's really exciting one because this is a team that has upset a somewhat higher seed. Miracus was acquired by organization Tigers. They are 17th seed, getting upset by a 20th seed, so not a huge gap, but now they're coming in here and facing Hello Girls, and this is going to be definitely a really tall order for this roster because Hello Girls with Big Paws, Brutal Turtle, Daikuma, I mean, these are names that have been playing competitively now for a couple seasons and names that people have really grown accustomed to here down in the Challenger Series. So can they make it back up here into the playoffs for a chance at those challenge battles? That is the question here. Or will Divine Heroes upset them? We're going to find out in just a few moments as the players get in. Of course, welcoming back my casters, Tasty Bacon and Jaws, as we kind of got off a very fast series. That went really quick. As we just saw Best Anime Girls take down Team Hydrogen with little contest. Probably the fastest game we've seen here on stream. Except for maybe the first round. After those first round games, this was a really fast one.
Yeah, it was insanely quick. That was an absolute showing coming out of Best Anime Girls. That was absolutely insane. They only dropped, I think, 4 kills in that entire best of 3, and they didn't drop a single turret either. So really, really fantastic play from them, and I can imagine they will see them quite well further up the ladder as well. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can pull out again, because they pulled a weird comp in the first game, Alpha in the lane, which is definitely not something we usually see, and Tasty definitely can help on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tasty, I mean, when you see a game like that, you have to imagine just maybe, one of the teams just way more prepared, and it really showed as Best Anime Girls now is going to go move on to face Enforcers in a little bit. And with that, it kind of means that, Enforcers, even though they got dropped down to the loser bracket, they're going to be facing a team, significantly below their seeding, even looking at Best Anime Girls playing really well. But the question is Best Anime Girls going to have a shot to knock out Team Enforcers? Because the way they played in this matchup against Hydrogen was pretty impressive.
It was, but I have a feeling that like a team like Enforcers, if Best Anime Girls comes out and tries to run like a triple melee against them like that, then a team like Enforcers would be able to deal with it. I also feel like a team like Enforcers is not going to be letting an Adagio go unchecked through the draft twice in a row. So I feel like that would also put a pretty severe damper on a triple melee attempt from Best Anime Girls. So I think Best Anime Girls are definitely going to have to change up their strategy if they're going to have a chance against Enforcers, but this should still be that should still be a match that Enforcers should be winning.
Yeah, and we'll have to find out as that takes place. We will be, of course, moving on to this matchup. As you guys can see on the screen, it is Hello Girls versus Divine Eros. And we were talking about this, Tasty, after we came off the break, was just, Hello Girls, they're looking to go all the way. They do have to run up into Rage Pingers. That's not a matchup. I don't think they're looking forward to that at all. But, Rage Pingers being dropped down to this loser bracket, they're definitely sitting in the best position possible. But if there's a team that could give them a run for the money, Hello Girls playing really good, going to 3 games against Enforcers, they definitely have a shot at it.
They absolutely do. I mean, Hello Girls, like you said, they got knocked out by Enforcers, who have looked pretty strong, looked very strong in that matchup. Hello Girls has a few of those recognizable names as well. So I think if Hello Girls do get past Divine Eros, Rage Pingers versus Hello Girls matchup would be extremely interesting to watch.
Yeah, well, but first, Hello Girls, they've got to take care of Divine Heroes. Now, we're getting into game number 2, everybody, and Hello Girls did win game number 1. We don't know until we get the screenshots to quite an extent, so we might get that in a few moments as we kind of get into this matchup, so we don't know quite how good. But with that, we are going to jump into the draft with Hello Girls now on B side. So, Tasty, let's jump right in.
And we are going to be seeing the Adagio gets through the ban phase, but I mean, maybe this is it's going to be picked up pretty quickly by the side of Divine Eros. So they opt to take away the glaive. Very quick draft coming through thus far.
You have to imagine that maybe glaive was a really strong hero in the first game, and that just could be just a fear pick. Jaws, what do you think?
Yeah, I think glaive, obviously we mentioned it in the first best of 3 today, it's probably one of the strongest heroes right now, and if I remember rightly, Scoundrel said it's the most broken hero right now currently. So I'm not surprised to see that pick banned, and obviously it was not picked up last game, which is a complete shock to us as well. But Adagio obviously being left open, it was taken away from Divine Eros. A Gwen being locked in is not something we usually see either from the lane, so I'm excited to see that one for sure. But Arden, yet again we're seeing that, and actually a Sky coming through as well for Divine Eros. Tasty, will we get a win on the Sky? That's the question.
And it looks to me like it's going to be another, actually it might be a Crystal Sky because there is the Gwen. And if it is a Crystal Sky, I like it a lot better, but Taka has a reputation for doing very well against Crystal Sky in particular, so we'll have to see if, I feel like that pick may not actually end up being an ideal situation for Silent Killer.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that actually works in the composition. And with that said, obviously everybody is locked in, and it will be the Vox, or who was the last pick, Taka even coming through for Hello Girls as well. So Big Toe is going to be on that Taka. So very, very aggressive start in terms of jungling, apart from not a name change. This guy, we've seen him a couple of times before. Very good in the jungle role, obviously, to make it this far anyway. And I think this is obviously going to be one of the biggest matchups to watch as well. And they are in the second game of this best of 3. And correct me if I'm wrong, are Hello Girls in the lead?
Yes, Hello Girls were victorious in game number 1.
Sweet. So yeah, they've all to play for. Divine Eros need to come up with something big here, and I cannot wait to get into this one, especially seeing the Sky in the jungle.
Well, Sky in the jungle, again, I prefer to see it there, but we'll have to see how it does against Brutal Turtle's Taka, because again, while the forward barrage does do a ton of damage, Taka hits the chitin on you, ends up behind you, all of a sudden you're not hitting him with the forward barrage, and well, it may do a lot of damage when it hits, but if you can't hit the target, then it's not going to be doing any damage.
Yeah, it does absolutely nothing unless you're doing forward barrage. But if you do get someone on point with it, it can just shred your front line, an absolute treat. And Not a name change already, just maybe trying to contest this a little bit. 4 barrages in, not going to be able to get too much else. I'm not sure they're going to be able to go for the auto attack steal. They are not, and even Cluffy is going to take that one as well. So even a bigger advantage for him up in this lane as they do all return. Silent Killer easily going to spot him out though. Divine Arrows already easily going to be able to do that. Raid taking a little bit of damage. Brutal Turtle trading up a fair bit there. Takes 200 damage from the turret, but no worries. He's going to back off and just rinse and reset that, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit of Hello Girls reminding Raid that, hey, they are here. They're going to be making some visits up to the lane every now and again. But not finding a kill just yet. Big pause on this Arden. I look for him to be fairly aggressive. One of the things that Hello Girls has done quite a bit throughout the Challenger Series is actually having Big Paws come up into the lane and help with hitting those minions just to get them down low enough so that Cluffy can really farm the wave quicker, get it pushed in, and then make these sorts of rotations that we're seeing here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we are seeing. Those fast rotations down to the Elder Treant. Do not a name change. Is going to jump forward, though. Big Pause is going to get taken really low. Brutal Turtle is in the midst of it all. That 4 barrage doing a lot of damage, but now it's a 2v3 situation. And then, in fact, Silent Killer is going to be able to pick up that kill on the front line. First blood going over to him. And a bit of a split start there from Hello Girls. However, they are not done. They're going to jump straight on top of the Gwen. Raid ends up falling. Big Pause still alive. Brutal Turtle is going to speed his way on out of there. They are not very healthy at this point, and Silent Killer obviously being on the Adagio will mean he'll be able to heal up quite nicely as well. Fluffy has spawned, is returning, and that'll be it. Divine Arrows trading one form of Hello Girls, but the most important kill there going over to Silent Killer, I think. Although Brutal Turtle doesn't think he's quite finished, he's going to jump straight in again. Now the name change is going to go down. Brutal Turtle gets straight in as well. Silent Killer almost gets finished off, and Cluffy actually is aided by the tiny minions, and Raid is going to fall. My goodness, what a complete turn. What is this game already? Hello Girls, they end up getting the extra kill over Divine Arrows and the ace as well.
Not only the triple kill for Cluffy to go along with that ace, and now going to move up into the lane. He's got a chance to get some really good damage on this turret. The minion's going to be doing quite a bit of work before Raid can get here. That's already half the turret's health gone on just this one push, maybe even a little more depending on what these minions do. But yeah, a little bit more than half of that turret's health just evaporating off the back of that very elongated fight, we'll say. That was pretty interesting stuff to see both teams kind of sticking around for so long in each other's sides of the map after finding a kill or two.
Yeah, definitely not something we normally see from these top tier teams, is just kind of overstaying, but that's exactly what both these teams did, and that's exactly why an ace came through. However, you could say, obviously, like we have mentioned, Hello Girls are in the lead in that sense. They have got an extra kill, and that turret damage as well is also important. However, Big Pause looking for a little something here. It's going to flare out, and Divine Arrows will be spotted. Obviously, Cluffy took a little bit of damage from that 4 barrage, doing a fair bit at this moment. Is that going to be a Shatter Glass first as well, coming out from not a name change?
It's actually, I was going to say it might be, but then I realized no. It's very likely going to just be a Frostburn as the first item. Very common first item for Sky, especially on this patch. It's not even a bad choice, getting that little bit extra slow. There it is, completed now, and a Sorrow Blade picked up for Raid. So both of those players getting some items completed, catching up to their counterparts on the side of Hello Girls, who also have a tier 3 item completed each. So things staying relatively even, despite the early ace for Hello Girls. Gold is actually still slightly in favor of Divine Arrows.
Yeah, ever so slightly. But breaking point on Cluffy is a pretty big deal for him. Obviously, we are used to seeing the double monocle with the breaking point, and I'm sure that will come online very, very shortly. He's kind of got half of one there already, so that will be there momentarily, I can assume. Cluffy, obviously, on the Vox is just so mobile. I can imagine that's going to help him out quite a lot, because obviously Raid hitting that ult status is going to be quite impactful for their team fight. Oh boy, well, team fight's already started apparently. Brutal Turtle just dives straight in, and Death from Above is going to slow up Big Paws, not locking anybody down just yet. Raid taking a little bit of damage. Silent Killer is going to be there to heal him up though, not a problem. And Divine Arrows already. Just trading up a little bit of aggression that is coming out of Hello Girls.
Yeah, well, right now, they're definitely going to be looking to continue this aggression. Hello Girls keeping pressure on in the lane. This turret is still so low. Every time they try and push in, they're looking to just get a little bit of chip damage. Not able to do so this minion wave, as the rotation from Not a Name Change comes back up to the lane. But Cluffy's actually taken a fair bit of the jungle CS, and it's kind of worrying that despite that, Raid still has a CS lead on this win.
He does. He's done a good job of last hitting, basically, but Gold Miner might just even that one up as Hello Girls are going to start it. Silent Killer's actually going to be here. He's going to spot this one out. Can't get the steal. Brutal Toe is going to be able to secure that one, so that's a nice bit of gold in everybody's pockets on Hello Girls. That's an extra 615 across all of them, each getting 205 each, and that's going to be really nice for them in terms of item spikes and advantages. There's Divine Eros yet again, just kind of meeting in the lane here, but Brutal Turtle, he's going to pop away, not a problem, and probably go back to farming.
That's exactly what they're looking to do now. And so, 4-3, not much action has happened after that 4-minute ace. Things have been pretty stagnant from there in terms of actual skirmishing for these two sides. Most have just been trying to out-rotate each other, looking to see who can get better farming opportunities. But again, even that is staying pretty stagnant as the gold lead is non-existent at the moment. And Hello Girls just going to be staying, again, very even with Divine Arrows. Not much is happening here. With all 6 players up in the lane, maybe someone decides to pull a trigger, but I just don't feel like either side is going to be comfortable with doing so.
Oh no, I don't think so. Hello Girls, they're looking for something here though. Brutal Toe just dives straight on top of Raid. Raid is just getting chunked out, but Gauntlet is going to come down. Death from above not really doing much, as Big Paws is going to be able to walk out of there. Brutal Turtle surviving through that one as well. Did take turret aggro, and Raid likewise really just somehow surviving that entire fight just with the help of the fountain there coming out from Silent Killer.
Fountains used on each side as well, so lots of resources being blown there. I thought maybe they weren't going to go for the engage. Brutal Turtle tried to make it happen, but unfortunately, the turret dived a little bit too deep and had to disengage just as quick.
Yep, they got out of there very, very sharpish. Brutal Turtle with Cluffy now down into this bottom side where the little item shop is just chilling out. Silent Killer is going to be there as well. They're not going to be able to spot him out, and that is going to be a breaking point actually coming through for Raid. So Sorrow Blade, a breaking point already on her side against the breaking point and monocle for Cluffy. So very equal power spikes in that sense. Silent Killer is here. Turret though is going fairly low. Divine Eros looking for something. Brutal Turtle is on the front line here. Is going to manage to take it out. However, almost going down. Death from above only just missing. And Not a Name Change taking a lot of damage. Same with Silent Killer. Cluffy just playing so far forward at this current time. Raid does get the fountain used on him as well, so that will mean they will be nice and healthy for a return engagement. Hello Girls, however, they are going to back underneath their own turret as they do get aggressed on just a little bit. Cluffy taking a lot of damage with Big Paws, going to back off as well.
Low health, low energy for multiple players at the moment, but Hello Girls able to take advantage of the situation. They get the turret down. That could just be what they were looking for in order to try and open this game up. Gets them a small gold lead, and we'll see if they can convert that now and get that lead to continue to grow as they push on up further onto the map. Cluffy, 1 versus 3, waiting for the cavalry to arrive, and here they come.
Ooh, here they come. The stealth comes through from Brutal Turtle. He's going to jump straight on in there. Gauntlet came down as well, and there goes Not a Name Change, just obliterating in the front line. Silent Killer is going to be the next on the target as well. Jumps forward. Brutal Turtle, he's got a lot of damage at this point. Is going to Kenretsu in. Can he do it? One more hit will finally finish him off. Finally gets there, jumps, leaps over his target, finishes up. Big Paws is going to be able to escape as well. And with that, Hello Girls, they are starting to just itch in the lead.
Yeah, that was very decisive from Hello Girls, finding themselves that fight after just gaining so much momentum from picking up that first turret. It looked like maybe Divine Arrows was looking to try and answer a turret for themselves, but Hello Girls a quick response, finding a couple more kills, and just getting able to now pick up this gold mine, 275 gold each. That means they are going to be rapidly ballooning that gold lead that had been dead even for so long. Now all of a sudden sitting 2,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, that was quite a nice gold swing for them. And with that said as well, look at Cluffy now sitting on that double Tyrant's monocle. Really, really big power spike for him. He's so mobile in these fights as well. And it's very, very hard for actually anyone from Divine Arrows to actually knock him down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brutal Turtle, the Shatter Glass on this Taka to go along with the Storm Crown, picking up a Atlas Pauldron as well. Going to be looking to jump onto Z-Raid pretty much every single time, slow up that attack speed. Big Paws looking to do the same, as they just want to eliminate a target from the fight effectively by just slowing her attack speed so much. No major defenses aside from the Aegis on anyone for the side of Divine Arrows. So that's maybe a cause for concern. As in that last engagement, we saw just how quickly Not a Name Change just got blown up.
Yeah, he did. He went down like an absolute ton of bricks. After that gauntlet hit him, he was really just not long for that world. Fell out his mech, and that was really it. I mean, realistically, he's going to need some extra defenses on his side. He's actually just picked up an infusion here. I want to see if he does pick up any more defensive items, as Cluffy and Big Paws almost find him, as he does manage to get the recall off, but only just.
And lots of infusions are in the inventories. There's one for every core hero. Each of them holding on to that, just wanting to wait till the ideal time to pop it. Another big difference between the teams, and a huge advantage that Hello Girls could take advantage of. Z-Raid is only level 9 compared to the level 11 of Cluffy. That's just hit level 10, so not quite as bad, but still an advantage for Hello Girls, especially if these infusions are popped. Having an extra level on the infusion over your opponent can make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, it really can, and with that damage as well coming out, you've really got to be careful. I mean, I'm just really concerned for Not a Name Change now, and even obviously Raid, he hasn't got too much counter aggression he can just kind of put in there. High Big Paws is going to jump straight in, and that damage coming out from Brutal is absolutely insane. Car goes wide from Raid as well. Versus Judgment did go down, but Brutal Turtle hasn't done with the fight just yet. He could pick up a double kill here quite easily, but actually just gets taken out in the front line only just. And Raid coming into his element here with that breaking point in Sorrow Blade finally just does something for his team and picks up 2 kills.
Clutch healing from Silent Killer, preventing Brutal Turtle from finding that kill. And also, you got to give a little bit of an MVP there to the Crystal Sentry. Cluffy tries to find a sneaky play, tries to pick off a member of Divine Arrows, may still be able to do so.
Oh, there he goes down, just out of the bush, out of the woods. Cluffy comes through pretty clutch there. And I think he's looking for a little bit more here as well. Obviously, you do have Brutal Turtle coming up the lane. He is going to get spotted out by Silent Killer, though, so no shenanigans going to happen just yet, as he just dives in. Actually, maybe a little bit of overextension there. Silent Killer goes down. He actually trades with Raid, so that will be a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but Raid's gonna have to retreat here.
Yeah, Raid very low, and with a Storm Crown, Brutal Turtle and Big Paws, they're gonna try and take this gold miner. They just don't have enough damage to take it before the Kraken spawns, so Kraken's gonna steal that gold mine away from them, prevent them from getting another gold payout. And now, once Cluffy and Silent Killer have respawned, you gotta figure both of these teams are gonna be turning their attention to this Kraken in the middle of the map.
Oh yes, we haven't really seen a Kraken be influential in any of the games this evening, let's be honest with ourselves. Well, apart from the first game. The first best of 3 set, fair enough, but definitely not between Best Anime Girls and Team Hydrogen. Yep, on the board 15 minutes, and I can only imagine that Hello Girls are just going to be able to set up Vision now, because they've just kind of got a dominating position against Divine Arrows, and with them being a game up as well, they've got really, you know, a little bit more to risk in that sense.
Yeah, a little more leeway, a little more rope to play with on the side of Hello Girls. As you mentioned, they have that 1-game lead that puts Divine Arrows on the brink of elimination.
Brink of elimination.
Not going to be finding a fight just yet. Both teams kind of rotating around the middle of the map. fight, jockeying for position. We're going to see who can get an edge. Lots of damage going to be coming out there as Cluffy tries to get some breaking point stacks. He's going in.
He goes forward, but yeah, ends up falling back there. Big Paws is going to get stunned up from the death from above, and actually Kraken is going to get started in amongst all of this as well. Brutal decides he wants to wait no longer. He does end up just chunking out the Kraken. They do end up backing off it though. Cluffy in the same position, just etching forward on Divine Eros. Kraken being started out once again. They really want to just do something here. Hello Girls just trying to get off the mark here, just want to make something happen, either get a kill, start the Kraken, just force Silent Killer in or something along those lines. Big Paws is going to make it happen though. He does go down with the Gauntlet. Divine is in the front line, and oh my goodness, Raid, it almost gets taken out instantly with not a name change as well. Big Paws is going to go really low, but they do choose the Silent Killer to be the first one, the first sacrificial lamb, and that's actually be a double kill, triple kill from Cluffy. Where did that damage come from? Ace comes through. Hello Girls, really showing up big.
Resonance bounces, finding those last couple of kills. A small interaction happened there. One, they were chasing down those last two kills. Z-Ray drew out the Ace's High just as Brutal Turtle started a kite in to jump over him and get some damage. Ended up eating the Ace's High, but because of the kite in, blocked it as a result. So a big ultimate, big stun, and then just going by the wayside. Cluffy's going to take down a turret while the rest of the team unleashes the Kraken. And this could very well be the beginning of the end as Hello Girls are looking to make a push.
Oh boy, they got that on their side now. 11-6 on the scoreboard with a 5k gold lead. It's kind of stayed relatively around that mark, and you can only imagine now Hello Girls are just going to be able to extend that even more. Divine Eros, they're in a lot of trouble right now. Crystal Sentry has spawned. I can imagine that's going to get insta-killed as soon as it steps out the base. With Hello Girls just trying to set up a little trap here, it seems.
Just going to be waiting. They're going to kill this Crystal Sentry pretty quickly as soon as it comes out. One life remaining on that, but Divine Eros, they've been working on this Kraken, haven't gotten a ton of damage down on it, as here comes Hello Girls.
Hello Girls are going to jump straight in. Brutal Turtle straight on the turret. He does manage to get it down. Gauntlet goes down as well. There's two of them clumped up and instantly deleted. Ray just ends up falling, no problem. Coming through, Hello Girls say hello to the Vein Crystal as well. Two turrets are down. Gauntlet comes up yet again. Not a name change, the last one alive. And that will be Hello Girls taking this game number 2 in this best of 3, which means they win the entire thing. Divine Eros just not looking up to par in that game.
No, not at all. Hello Girls, I mean, they put up a good fight for a while, but once Hello Girls started to find a couple of kills, once the build from Cluffy really came online, they just never looked back and ended up just kind of rolling through. Not a name change. There were moments for the Sky where there was a lot of damage coming out, but just not able to actually finalize any of those kills. And as a result, Divine Eros will be eliminated from the VIS Challengers. Made a pretty deep run, but unfortunately not as deep as they would have liked.
No, unfortunately not. I mean, they played well. It was definitely not a kind of a rollover that you would kind of have seen in the previous matchup. They definitely tried their best. Had a few fights where it seemed like they were getting that damage output. Silent Killer did a great job trying to rezone them with those Adagio ults, that Verse of Judgment, and there were a few times where he did a lot of damage and really almost turned the fight in his team's favor. But Cluffy, man, those resonance shots and those shots coming out from him were doing so much damage. I'm gonna have to even go back and look at the replay just to see how much was being done, because you know, once he started to build those breaking point stacks, he was unstoppable all the way to the last moment. So yeah, really difficult to contain him. You see, instead of building defense, he was a little squishy, but he built so much offense that once they got the jump on the fight, and Big Paw's doing a great job with those gauntlets. I mean, Jaws, like, he was fantastic, making sure that he could like land those gauntlets and zone at least some of those team members from Divine Eros in place.
Yeah, like, that guy actually just almost single-handedly carried some of those team fights. He got a triple gauntlet at one point, at least another couple of double gauntlets, and it was just absolutely insane the impact he was able to do on that Arden play. I mean, alongside that and Brutal Turtle just being able to secure that early game advantage in terms of jungle pressure, did a fantastic job. And there's a reason why Hello Girls, yet again, are kind of one of the teams that everybody kind of wants to see.
Yeah, and we're actually going to stick with them because we're going to be going into their next game in a few moments to see them go up against Rage Pingers. And this is a team that, did not want to have to drop down here, did not want to be in the loser bracket. Feels like, they just had a bad draw of the games, not a good week for them. And so now, they're looking to make sure that they secure their spot in the playoffs, but they've got to go up against this really fast-paced team. I would say for an 8 seed, they're definitely, better than, when you look at the top 10 teams, even though they're on the bottom side of that, or the bottom half of that top 10, definitely still really close with a lot of the teams that are playing in this top 10, so all the way up into the second and third seed. And Rage Pingers is the 4th seed, so this is going to be an exciting matchup. So we're going to get into that match in just a few seconds, but we are going to take a quick break as we wait for the players to get on. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And when we get back here, it's going to be Team Rage Pingers versus Hello Girls.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
everybody, welcome back as we get ready for probably one of the most tense matchups that's about to be happening. And it is, of course, going to be an elimination match here in the elimination round between Team Rage Pingers and Hello Girls. You just saw Hello Girls play, and of course they came out really strong so far tonight, but they are going to go up against the toughest team they're going to have to face here in the last 2 days, and that is going to be Team Rage Pingers. A team that, really was not happy about their performance, being dropped down here into the loser bracket. And so because of that, they are here with a point, but they haven't played for some time. And, they're kind of sitting here at night, at the end of the series, at the end of this broadcast, waiting to be streamed, waiting to play. So hopefully they don't have any cold hands as we get into this. So Jaws and Tasty, we're jumping right in just a few moments. Looks like everybody's ready to get going. What do you guys think as far as this matchup? What are some of the things you're looking forward to seeing, specifically from Team Rage Pingers?
Well, from Rage Pingers, they're a team that were looking very strong. I don't think they had dropped a game until they met up with Necrolite in that match that they had played earlier. And so it's a situation where I want to see them be able to bounce back off of a loss like that. If you go undefeated for so long, to suddenly take a loss 2-0 no less, it can affect you mentally. So I want to see them be able to bounce back and be able to come in strong against a team like Hello Girls.
Yeah, exactly that. And Hello Girls, you mentioned before, obviously being a team we kind of want to see and everybody wants to see, and coming up against Rage Pingers as well. What a match this is going to be. It's going to be, I think, one of the highlights of the tournament. If, I could be wrong, but, I think it's definitely one I've been looking forward to.
Yeah, and they actually played against Necrolite, and it was Necrolite who knocked them down. And man, they didn't like that matchup. They didn't, they weren't happy about their performance. They felt like, it wasn't really, them playing at their best at all. And so, they've been waiting the last week now to come in here, and they knew that they were going to be the last matchup, and they were going to come play because they actually played a week before everybody else. So we're going to get ready here in just a few seconds. Oh yeah, I think I got some. Here, let me fix that real quick as we update a little typo here on the roster side, but we should be good to go now. As there we go. Yeah, we're ready to go. There you guys go. So do apologize. Hello Girls roster. It is Big Paws, Brutal Turtle, Max Purple, Dekuma, and Helen. Not Divine Heroes' roster, but we're good to go now. And it looks like we're good to go into this matchup as well.
Excited to get things underway. Again, Rage Pingers looking to bounce back. You mentioned they weren't happy with their performance. It's one of the really good things about the double elimination format is if you do have one poor performance, one subpar performance, you do have the opportunity to then prove yourself and prove that it was just a fluke and that you do belong up near the top. That's what Rage Pingers is going to be looking to show here. Hello Girls will be looking to knock them out and get into the playoffs themselves.
Oh boy, and we are straight into the draft phase as well, and a Lyra and Adagio ban, a bit something we're used to more seeing coming into these high-level games. Adagio, he's worked out fairly well in the past, some would say, and having that one banned away, not a problem, but it does mean that Rage Pingers are going to get this first pick up, and it is going to be a Lance.
Lance first pick. Adagio, Lyra both getting banned. That's something that, we hadn't really been seeing too much of, but finally going to be having back to normal, I suppose would be the best way to describe it.
Back to normal drafts here, Tasty. Well, they were a bit unconventional earlier, but it doesn't mean to say they weren't interesting to look at for sure. Cluffy will be locking in that Arden for Big Paws, and I definitely think that was a wise choice from him. Big Paws did prove spectacular on that Arden pick, and they will be complemented as well with a Ringo.
Ringo has had a lot of priority today. We've even seen some teams ban it out instead of putting emphasis on the Lyra and Adagio. So definitely I'm going to be happy to pick that one up on the side of Hello Girls. Eddie going to lock in a glaive for his team. That is now going to leave them with one more selection. I don't think it would be this scroll. I would expect it to be something crystal powered and something where actually in the glaive a lot of people do crystal power now, but I expect to be something ranged. Yeah, that's going to be the Vox.
Oh, that was close. You saw him hovering the Alpha there. It was like, oh, is that going to be a lane Alpha again? But no, it is going to be the Locks. The Locks? The Vox, even. And yeah, glaive as well for Eddie Ale. And we got your name right this time, buddy. No worries. And wow, an Ozo, in fact, is going to come through for Brutal Turtle. My God, Humanist would be proud.
Humanist would be very excited about this one. Ozo coming through, but it's into a Lance. I'm not too keen on that. Lance is one of the strongest counters to an Ozo in the game.
Oh boy, yes he is. And with that, I mean, Glaive is doing a fantastic job so far in terms of how that hero is performing, and I can't imagine that we're going to see anything less from Rage Pingers. But we're going to jump straight into game at number 1. This is a best of 3, remember, and that will mean that both these teams have got a lot to fight for as well. And I cannot wait to see this Ozo. Actually, I don't think we've seen Brutal Turtle on it just yet.
Brutal Turtle with the Ozo. We've seen it in previous games in VIS, I'm pretty sure, but haven't seen it in a while, I'll say. But it's I think it was one of the first round matches or somewhere way back on the first week or two of VIS that we got to see this pick from him.
Yeah, that we will. And one question I've got for you, Tasty, actually. We're up against this Ringo in lane against the Vox. Now, these two have been extremely highly contested. And this is, what would you say is the kind of best power spike for these two? Because it seems like the Vox takes a lot longer to actually scale up. And do you think that's why they picked this kind of early game aggression in the glaive?
I feel like that might be exactly, other than the fact that, you know, glaive is just really strong in general, like regardless of what you're picking it into or what's with it. But you can use that glaive to set up some early kills. Ringo is very vulnerable to afterburns coming from the jungle if they don't have vision, and you can help accelerate the Vox. They're looking for it now.
Oh my goodness, they're not looking for Big Paws, they're actually looking for Cluffy, who I just realized actually Big Paws is in the lane, and Cluffy's actually the roamer this time. And that was an easy kill for the big dog, and Eddie Ale to kind of just lock him up there. And the blank even as well is going to be able to pick up the kill. So perfect person to put it on there.
Yeah, that was, I mean, early on, Arden is a perfectly viable target for the afterburn. It's whoever you can take in the first couple minutes of the game. Once Arden gets a little bit more defensive, obviously you're going to be wanting to make sure you get that afterburn onto Big Paws. But for now, you're just looking to get those kills. You're looking to get that bonus gold. Again, the quicker you can get the blank scaled up, the better off you're going to be.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we talk about it all the time, but breaking point, double monocle. That is the breaking point for the build. And with that, obviously, he will be ever so slightly in the lead in terms of where he's at with Big Paws as well. The blank obviously looking pretty strong coming into this. Hello Girls look extremely strong coming into Divine Eros, and I want to see if they can pull that off yet again. Diego is going to be there. Actually doesn't even know Brutal Turtle was there. Brutal Turtle is going to be bouncing and bopping around. He ends up picking up a kill off the back of that one as well. Eddie L just falling, bites the dusk, and that will mean the big dog is going to go in towards Big Paws. Oh dear, big trouble for him as well. The blank is going to be able to pick up that kill, but Big Dog is going really low as well, and another kill comes through, and in fact Cluffy's going to pick up that one, not going to go on to Brutal Turtle, so a little less advantageous for them, but still, another kill in their back pocket isn't going to be a problem as it landed on the blank.
And nice job answering from the side of Hello Girls. Able to find a couple of kills, and now still deep in the jungle. Could be finding a little bit more action.
They will indeed. Brutal Turtle is going to be able to steal away one of those camps. That's going to be a nice little advantage for him as well. And that will mean he's going to be ahead in CS over the big dog as well. Etching ahead about 6. I can't even count today. It's going to be about 7. So I was going to say 6, and I was like, I don't know, that's not it at all. The blank is actually in a lot of trouble up in the lane, but Brutal Turtle's in exactly the same amount of trouble. He's bopping and bouncing around, but I don't think that's going to help him. The 4-5 health does come through, but no, Cluffy's not going to be able to save him whatsoever. The big dog is going to be able to pick up that kill, but Big Paws is going to be here. Is he going to be able to save Cluffy? Afterburn under the tower. No, he is not. Turret just completely ignores the big dog, and that will be yet again another 2 kills going over to Rage Fingers.
Rage Fingers bringing the fight. We thought this was going to be an exciting matchup, and at least for the first 4 minutes, it's not disappointing.
Oh, Afterburn comes in. Big dog not looking too big right now. One auto attack. Big Paws takes the kill. Eventually gets it. The blank is going to dive in as well. Oh, only just gets healed by the potion, but no, Cluffy has arrived back in. One more hit will do it. And Big Paws picking up the overextension kills coming out from Rage Fingers.
Oh my goodness, back and forth incessantly through these first 4 minutes. We're 4 minutes in, there's 4 kills apiece for these two teams. It is just a bloodbath on the Halcyon Fold right now.
It really is, and already Big Dog is looking to contest some of his own jungle, as Brutal Turtle did go for an invade. Yet again, in just every single time they seem to pull an advantage, Hello Girls are just instantly in Range Pinger's jungles.
Oof, what a start to this game. It's going to be really anyone's match at this point because neither side is able to grab a solid lead. Blank will be bouncing through this rush, making sure he doesn't get caught out. Big Paws has done a really good job thus far of taking advantage of the additional range Ringo has on his attacks over the boxes. Right now they're in again.
He's doing just that. Afterburn, Big Dog actually just dashes forward, making sure Big Paws couldn't do anything. Big Paws on a Big Dog. That's a bit of a weird matchup. Eddie Ale taking a lot of damage though. Big Paws is just going straight for this. Doesn't really seem to care at the moment. Takes a couple of turret hits, but no problem. And in fact, Brutal Turtle is going to be able to trade up a kill as well. The blank going down in the back line there. Brutal Turtle just hopping around at this point. Doesn't really seem to mind any of the turret aggro. Takes a couple more hits. That turret is almost going to fall as well. Hello Girls just commanding this lead right now. Able to get the first one off the game.
This is, I mean, I don't want to say it's a commanding lead because it's still very close, but they are really starting to bring the fight to Rage Fingers more often than not. Like you said, grabbing that first turret is a big step in this game, and Big Paws has been doing great things. The blank hasn't had the chance to scale up yet, though, so they do need to be careful. And once that box gets online, the damage is going to be pretty impressive.
Yes, it will. He's already got the breaking point, so looking obviously for the monocle probably next. We'll see if he wants to still go down that route. Big Paws going to get impaled and Githy and walled, but Cluffy is going to be here as well. Diao is going to have to back off there. He does use the boots to get away. Not a problem though, as Goldmine is actually going to get taken here from by Big Dog. Not being answered really from Hello Girls. However, they are going to come for the flank. It's going to see it going down. And now Cluffy has found the Big Dog. Gauntlet goes down as well. He's going to be able to stun him up. And Big Paws is going to be able to get a kill. Eddie is on the run now as well. Has got combat roll available to him. And Blank is going to arrive as well. Does mean that Hello Girls are going to be able to secure a kill, but they do give up the Goldmine.
Not the worst of trades there, but not ideal either. So both teams still looking to try and find a bit of footing. Hello Girls seem to have found a small ledge to stand on right now. And they keep climbing, looking for a more stable option. Oh, Big Dog, not where you want to be.
Oh dear, no he is not. Bangaranged, and there we go. Brutal Turtle picks up the kill, and you can see now the blank's in a little bit of trouble as well as Big Paws decided he wanted to jump under the turret. Brutal Turtle almost going down to the turrets as well. Eddie Ale is there for the defense, and Blank trading up a lot of damage, but no, he's just going to get jumped on. Almost goes down yet again. Cluffy just can't find this damage either. Captain obviously not got too much damage under his hood, but Hello Girls, they are going to be able to secure a kill, almost pick up 2, but Rage Pingers only just surviving.
And barely able to get out of there. And the side of Hello Girls, Brutal Turtle went so deep for that kill, but was just narrowly able to get out, and then the rest of Rage Fingers able to avoid giving any additional kills over at the result of that play. But it's starting to look like Hello Girls are pulling ahead here They've got now a little bit under a 2,000 gold lead in their favor, and they have been really the ones taking the initiative and looking for the fights. And I expect that to change once the Blank gets his item build, but still a little bit behind in the hole.
Taking of initiative, yeah. Gauntlet does come down, but Hellfire Brew is going to burn on the Blank. I think he might just go down. Fountain does come out just to make sure he stays alive in that one. And Brutal Turtle using the Bangarang there just to get on top of him. That was a really, really tough spot for the Blank there. Almost got taken out instantly, mixed up with the Hellfire Brew. Really horrible spot for him right now.
Definitely gonna have to keep his eyes open. I mean, thankfully he was able to avoid going down there, but every time they push these members of Ragepingers back, Hello Girls are stealing away a little bit of jungle, getting a small edge, getting a little bit more gold than their opponents are able to pick up. And that does add up eventually. The Blank actually switching up from the typical Vox build that we see, going into a Sorrow Blade after the breaking point. Just not, I guess, thinking maybe that he's not going to have the chance to build up into that double monocle.
Yeah, just wants that damage here and now. Brutal is going to go in yet again, though, onto the Blank. The big dog is going to afterburn to safety as well, just to making sure he is alive and well. That will mean Cluffy is in the front line, but he's very, very tanky at this current point, so there's not going to be too much damage being traded backwards and forwards. Afterburn over the wall, the big dog wants some of his jungle back, but Big Paws is going to steal it. Still on the aggression. Rage Pingers are going to come forward. However, Eddie Ale is going to be able to back off as well.
Everyone getting out for now, but Gold Miner not going to be sharing the same fate. It will be going down. It does not get stolen either. Now Cluffy maybe looking for an opportunity. Doesn't have anything available though. The Gauntlet's still on cooldown for a few seconds. And they just move back up to the lane and continue pushing this in. Ragepingers have been playing off the back foot for a few minutes now. Just really playing reactionary. I mean, it's not the worst situation to be in, but it's definitely not ideal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Atlas Pauldron is going to get picked up by Cluffy as well. That's going to put a thorn in the side of the Blank. And Big Dog as well, obviously. A little bit of damage on his side too. With that, obviously the gold lead not too big, and we didn't expect it to be big either. Obviously these teams very, very close in terms of standings and very, very close in terms of skill as well. Just Hello Girls just inching ahead right now. Obviously, like Dragon mentioned earlier, then warming up to this as well, having a 2-0 series previously. Big Dog does get jumped on. Nice reflex block though, but the Gauntlet does go down. Stuns up only one. The Blank is in the back line, but Cluffy and Big Paws are just going to focus the Big Dog here. But Brutal Toe is in still on the back foot, still just chomping away at the health bar of Blank. He ends up falling as well. Eddie Air was going to have to combat roll away. The Blank just didn't even stand a chance in that fight as Brutal Turtle just refuses to leave him alone.
Oof, they are just keeping their foot on the gas, firmly placed, as they are continuing to bring the pain to Rage Pingers. Maybe going to cause some Rage Pings to come out with this kind of pressure.
Oh, Brutal Turtle still doing a lot of damage there. Hellfire Brew does come out as well. Does land straight on top of the big dog, but no. Going to get afterburned away, and the Bank is actually going to get jumped on as well. Oh my goodness, Cluffy with the damage is going to be able to just block it with the Crucible. Brutal Turtle going low. Hasn't got much resources left, but Big Paws, he's got a lot of auto attacks. Ends up trading the kill there with Eddie Ale. The Blank is going to chase Brutal Turtle down. Cluffy is there as well. They might just be able to jump on him though, but he is going to get slunned up. There comes Brutal Turtle, bit bot bouncing around. Ace comes through. Hello Girls, finally in the driving seat of this game.
They are looking to just bring it now. Big Dog going to try and defend this turret, but I don't think he's going to be able to. They did at least take down Big Paws, which is a large source of their damage, and would have probably taken that turret down if he was still alive. But now they have an opportunity to try and find a fight though.
Yeah, Brutal Turtle is getting stunned up, and he will get knocked against the turret. And nice, Githian will yet again does miss the impale. However, here comes the blank. He's going to be the guy with the damage. However, the gauntlet does come up, does lock up one of them. Big Dog is in a lot of trouble right now. Same with Brutal Turtle. He does jump on his head, but Big Paws is here and also does manage to get the respawn off. And this could be it. Hello Girls completely turning that one around. Big Paws just made it in time, and Eddie Ale will be running away. Achilles shot comes out. Last auto as well. Big Paws picks up the ace. Crystal Sentry falls, and that will probably be at least one turret.
And able to find another ace. Definitely going to be another turret. I would expect them to also perhaps go and pick up to that gold mine. Big Paws is going to be looking to finish this turret. They're trying to find a fight.
Yeah, they're trying to find a fight, and Big Paws ends up going down. The Big Dog as well is going to be able to chase up Afterburn after Fluffy. Fluffy is Fluffy at that point, not too much meat on him at all. The blank is going to be able to pick up a double kill, and they're going to go for the gold mine. A pity it's not a Kraken. That does spawn in about 40 seconds. They weren't able to get that turret though, Tasty there. So that was a little bit of an overstep coming through from Hello Girls.
Just a little bit, giving opportunities to Rage Pingers to maybe find a little bit of momentum. What is Brutal Turtle doing?
I have no idea whatsoever. 1v3, decides he can do it, decides against it though, because he ends up falling. Does not look happy about that one whatsoever. Limp corpse on the ground, and not entirely sure what he was doing at that point.
Definitely a questionable decision to try and find that fight. But, I mean, it's mistakes like that, though, that they're really going to have to avoid doing. Like, Hello Girls had this game. They had such a big lead. They had all the momentum, and now, just off of a couple of quick plays like that, they've given momentum back to Rage Pingers. They still have a lead. They still have the advantage, but against top teams, those are plays you cannot be making and expect to win constantly. And so if Hello Girls want to try and get into the Vainglory 8, things like that are definitely decisions and plays that they're going to have to shore up.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to have to clean those little overextensions, because they've been the team fights have been obviously a little messy in terms of the focus as well. The Big Dog, he has been spotted. Will obviously be able to afterburn away, but Water Reds are going to come through. Eddie Ale is going to be there. Blank is in the front line. He does a lot of damage at this point. They're going to have to be careful though. Gauntlet does come down, and Big Paws in the back line. They're doing so much damage. Now they're going to go on the Blank, but they decide to actually switch onto Eddie Ale. He just gets stunned up, locked up, and goes down. Afterburn over the wall, but straight into the Gauntlet and straight into the hands of Brutal Turtle as well. The Crystal Sentry has been eliminated. Kraken on the field. Does look like they're going to do the 2-1 split as well. Big Paws is going to farm up this lane. Meanwhile, Brutal Turtle and Cluffy are going to take this Kraken.
And Big Paw is going to make his way down to the Kraken as well, making sure that there's not going to be a steal, also making it go a lot quicker, because it wasn't exactly the fastest Kraken take I've seen between Brutal Turtle and Cluffy. But with Big Paws getting there, bringing the damage, having a double monocle to go along with his Sour Blade and Breaking Point. You can just see how far ahead of the Blank Big Paws is in terms of itemization. Cluffy a little far forward. Here comes the rest of the team.
Here comes the rest of the team. Nice block on the Impale there. Big Paws is going to get the activation of the War Treads as well. They're going to go straight onto the Blank, but Brutal Turtle, he's not very tanky at this point. The Blank doing a lot of damage, but Eddie L's just chunking up a lot as well. Big Paws, big damage. That turret's going to fall. The Gauntlet came down just to lock him up, to be sure. That Kraken, obviously, remember, is still on the field, and Big Paws is just shredding this turret. It's no problem for him whatsoever. The Big Dog steps up. Take your seat, son, though. Hellfire Brew comes out. He gets knocked back, and he just falls as well. Big Paws, this guy is absolutely popping off at this point. 500 damage shots, and finally the Blank is able to kill him. And now Cluffy just has to bide a little time as that Kraken is just knocking on the Vein Crystal. Triple kill does come through for the Blank as he does manage to get the ace through, but the Kraken is just wailing on their base.
I don't think they have enough damage to stop this Kraken from closing out the game. Hello Girls, looking like they will be taking game number 1 off of Rage Pingers and Big Paws. Such smart movement down the stretch there. Got a ton of stacks on his Breaking Point just from fighting Eddie. got built up a lot and then just moved in, used those stacks to take down the turret quickly, as opposed to trying to chase down an extra kill at the end. Instead, devoting all of his attention to the objectives, and it is enough to get the job done. Hello Girls taking game number 1.
Wow. So, we were talking before this game started about how, these teams are still really good, even though, it's an 8 seed going into a 4 seed, anyone can really have it. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm a little bit surprised at how this match went down. There's like 3 major reasons. One, Big Paz has been playing support almost this entire tournament, and he switched over to lane. Cluffy, who's been playing lane, switched over to support. And then on top of that, you have an Ozo, which is something you typically don't see with a high win rate here in the higher seed tournaments. And then to add that all out, you're talking about a team that doesn't really have any reputation of being really strong, going up against a team that has a lot more veterans in the competitive side. Tasty. Talk to me about what you saw. Like, what really was the moment where Hello Girls won this?
It wasn't super early on, but it was around like the 8 or 9 minute mark where Hello Girls just really started to bring a lot of pressure onto Rage Pingers, and they got a couple of fights and they took a couple of turrets and really just started being the ones to determine when and where fights happened. And I think that's such an important factor that a lot of teams kind of overlook a little bit, is just how much of an advantage you can have if you are the one dictating the pace of the game.
It really is true, and the aggressive play, and that's why I think it was so surprising. I'm sure Humanist in the Twitch chat right now is just grinning from ear to ear about, Ozo coming in, Brutal Turtle playing it really aggressively, and that was the kind of pace you're talking about. Going in just really, really deep. Almost there was one fight where you swear he was gonna die. He was very, very close to death, but a Fountain plus the Ardent Cluffy on that Ardent was very clutch. I would actually go and say that although Big Paz played one of the a fantastic game, the fact that he was able to play that great game was because Brutal Turtle was really effective and really fed. And the reason Brutal Turtle was fed was Cluffy was very clutch with all of his actives and his Vanguard. He was really just very patient as well. There's very few things I could say wrong. Jaws, you saw the same game we saw. Definitely a really well clean played game by Hello Girls.
Yeah, most definitely. Towards the start of the game, they didn't look so clean, but as they got further and further into the team fights and further stages into the game as well, as soon as that first turret goes down, it gets a little bit easier for them after that. And I think the kind of true MVP in that game, Big Paws did an absolutely fantastic job yet again. He wasn't on the captain role this time, went straight onto the Ringo and just kind of carried the game through his damage. And Cluffy did have some really good gauntlets. Brutal Turtle just provided a lot of the damage as well and the backline threat that they needed. But Big Paws just coming up with the damage yet again.
Yeah, and Brutal Turtle was able to go into these fights really deep, really aggressively because his team was there backing him up every second. He would go in and then, start the acro bounce, and then the Gauntlet would come down and start stunning people up, and then the Vanguard was there to keep him alive, the Fountain, the Crucible. There was an extremely clutch Crucible with, there was a Impale coming down. It would have landed on all 3 members of the team, and it was Crucible perfectly. Cluffy really shining. The whole team, it's hard to really pick out one person because in that game all 3 members of Hello Girls played well, but this is a best of 3 series, guys, and we've got another game. And here is the question that I'm going to ask you, Tasty, and I'm going to ask you, Jaws, is as we get ready for this next matchup, will Rage Pingers stay focused? Will they not start pointing fingers, start getting all frustrated at a game I feel like they probably feel they should have won, and focus on the fundamentals? Because really, they are a really good team. They have a lot of talent. They just need to be patient and not let this get under their skin. So, that's really the question I have. Tasty, what do you think?
I don't know. This is a team, there's a lot of talent there, but at the same time, they have not won a game since the first time they took a loss yet. And that can, again, really weigh on a team's mind. It can really build up and every loss that comes out on top of it just makes it compound even heavier and add even more pressure on top. So it's going to be tough from a mental perspective to get reset for game number 2.
Yeah, it really is. So, I mean, let's talk a little bit about the draft. We're going to be getting into this second game in a few moments, and the Ozo pick, real surprise. So the draft was pretty conventional. What do you expect to see different, Jaws, about this game for this draft?
I don't think we'll see anything too different. I think it will just be more of a swapping of heroes, honestly. Obviously, with them swapping sides. And I can imagine we're going to see another Ringo and a Vox. I mean, Adagio, Lyra, they're too ban-worthy right now. But I think both these teams should prioritize the glaive a little bit more. But we're actually just going to get a Ringo straight-up ban coming through with Hello Girls already. So clearly, it worked out for them in the first game, but just don't want to play against it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tasty, with the Lance ban, this leaves both healers open. We've seen games where both of them are open. They usually get picked. I guess we kind of expect, there's Lyra, and I'm thinking Adagio is going to be next.
I would assume Adagio is going to be picked up in this rotation. Yeah, it's picked up right away. No questions there. No hesitation for the side of Rage Pingers in grabbing that. Now they get to have their options open as to what they want to add around it, though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. 7 seconds on the clock right now. Could be that Arden pickup. I mean, they did perform for Hello Girls did perform spectacularly with it, and it will be, in fact, the Arden. So I can imagine we're going to see the big dog, Eddie Ale, on the Arden, and the blank on Adagio. But with this Lyra here, obviously it can stretch to multiple roles here. We have seen it in the lane, but we've also mainly seen it in the captain role. But there's a lot of flexibility in that sense. And with that, a Kestrel is going to be locked in here.
Kestrel, again, we've seen it have some really great success. We've also seen it fall flat on its face. So assuming that does go to Big Paws, assuming he's back in the lane once more, let's see if how they decide to build it and how it works out for them. Eddie gonna have the final selection for Rage Pingers. Thinking about an alpha. Wouldn't want to see that particularly going into a Glaive and Lyra. We saw that kind of matchup earlier. Didn't really work out. Black Feather looked to be the attempt to lock in there, but
yeah, I think draft kind of disconnected a little bit there. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but the Glaive did come through for the side of Hello Girls. So they got 2 really big picks there in the Lyra, obviously, and the Glaive. So I'm the Lyra and the Glaive and the Kestrel even. Now, obviously, the Lyra was 100% going to be picked, but the Kestrel is a really interesting one because that's going to obviously be the weapon power Kestrel, with the Glaive obviously going a bit of utility, I can imagine, Tasty. So I want to see this. I want to see big pause on this because, I want to see a big pause on this because we've seen him a fair bit on this Ringo. We have seen him on other things previously, but not as much Kestrel play.
And so we go through the draft once more. Same picks and bans up until this final pick where they had the issue. It is going to be the Black Feather coming through. I like the Black Feather pick here. But again, I'm just going to see where they decide to go. Looks like actually Big Paws may be back in the captain's role with this Lyra. And Cluffy will be going back to the lane once more.
Yeah, I can imagine that's probably going to be it. I mean, Big Paws, I think he did a fantastic job on the Ringo. I mean, I don't think there's maybe any choice, any reason why you don't just stick him yet again on that captain role, on the carry role. But whatever, it's their draft. Cluffy is going to be in that lane, and that will mean obviously we are going to probably get a weapon power Kestrel here. And I think the main thing you'll want to point out here as well, Tasty, is that it's such a massive pick composition in terms of Kestrel and Glaive. It's going to be pretty impressive to see Blank actually survive some of this laning phase.
Oh, absolutely. Getting afterburned and then a glimmer shot or 2 coming out that are going to guaranteed hit you because you can't move. That's going to be most of your health in the early game. So it's definitely could be a situation where they find themselves struggling in the early game on the lane. But they are going to be starting off with this movement that I always really like to see, that a lot of teams have started to pick up. You have both of your carry and your jungler start clearing out the backs, and you get gold onto both of them as opposed to giving the gold to your jungler and your captain. Captain not quite as reliant, not quite as necessary to get farmed up, and so you just accelerate your carry just a little bit more.
Yeah, it definitely helps, that is for sure. Just making sure, especially on the Adagio, you need that alternating current. Does really help you in terms of laning and obviously your damage in the team fights as well. So definitely want to have that online ASAP. But with that early back actually from Cluffy, I'm actually that seems like a bit of a strange back to me. That is incredibly early.
I mean, we've seen some players make very early recalls just to get a little bit of an edge in the lane. They're not really going to miss out on anything. You can see Cluffy already back in time to get that one minion that was very low. So he doesn't lose out here, and instead just has a little bit of extra power when it comes to this laning phase.
Yeah, he does indeed. And in fact, Blank went back as well. Obviously, with the timing of Cluffy going back, he was able to return as well. And actually, he's going to go back to the lane, not a problem. Cluffy obviously just pushing this one in with the glimmer shots. And Eddie Ale is going to be there as well. Big Pause is going to get spotted out by the flare, but no action just yet. I mean, we did see an incredibly bloodthirsty early game. Eddie Ale trading a little bit of damage. Gets afterburned away as Brutal Turtle does join the fight, but Big Dog is here as well. Not really anything too much either of these teams can do. Very little damage on both sides at the moment. Early game not too strong for either of these in terms of actually outputting damage. The CC and everything else, very good, but other than that, not much. It's more of a tickle fight, honestly. Right ball, what does come out yet again. Eddie Ale, gonna back off.
And so we get into the third minute, still 0-0. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of trading going back and forth, but either side willing to commit to a fight. And Cluffy, even though we haven't had really the fights to judge it on, the glimmer shots thus far that he's been using to try and farm the minions, a few of them have actually been missing their mark, and that's a worrying sign for me early on in the game. If you're not hitting your minions with glimmer shots, it does not bode well for the rest of the game.
No, well, it's only the laning phase, so I mean, it can't really be that bad. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we can judge when he gets his one shot, one kill online, I think, and then we can kind of see how he does. Big Paws did actually steal away that Trien. It attempted steal coming through for Rage Pingers, so that was nice of her to do that, making sure obviously they don't get any more advantages. As not really much else is happening. I mean, very, very solid early game from both teams. Nice rotations and nice early backs as well for Cluffy and the Blank, just to make sure they hit their power spikes ASAP.
Right now, Cluffy is going to be not under pressure. Looked like maybe the Blank was going to look to make something happen there, but instead, not really, just going to be recalling, which makes this rotation up from Hello Girls not really have much of an effect either. So 4 minutes in, things still very much an even affair in game number 2. Hello Girls have the edge of just being up 1-0 in this best of 3. And again, just for what's on the line here, this is elimination bracket. Loser goes home. Winner will qualify for the VIS playoffs starting next week.
Yeah, that's obviously all to play for. Hello Girls, they do look incredibly strong, but Rage Pingers have shown some spectacular plays as well coming throughout VIS. Eddie Ale looking for something, and Brutal Turtle's here as well. Does jump straight on the Blank. Big Paws is doing a lot of damage at this point. Cluffy can't really follow up the damage either, though. Those glimmer shots doing a fair bit, but when you're missing them just like that, it's not doing all too much. Big Dog is going to join the lane as well, but I think the Blank may be a little bit too low.
Cluffy, I think, really needs to not use the glimmer shots on the minions too much. Because you're a weapon Kestrel, all the damage is on the target that you first hit. You don't really get the splash damage that you'd see from a Crystal Kestrel. And as a result, you can see, he used a bunch of glimmer shots just on the minion wave. When the gank came in, he was not in a position to answer and didn't really have a whole lot of energy to try and join in with that gank either. So ends up just with Brutal Turtle coming in, getting an afterburn, and then kind of everyone walking away.
Oh, speaking of walking away, that's exactly what Big Paws wants to do then. Just use his boots to get away. That bright bulwark doing a fair bit, though. It's something to keep in mind. There's a lot of the engage that's going to come out of Ragepingers is going to be thwarted by the bright bulwark. Another reason why Lyra just so strong right now.
It's Brutal Turtle up in this lane, just holding the lane, picking up these minions until Cluffy can get back. Cluffy with 60 CS to the 64 of the blank, so able to do a good job of keeping close there. Meanwhile, down in the jungle, it's a pretty sizable lead for Brutal Turtle over the big dog, 39 to 23. And with the Storm Crown on Brutal Turtle, you got to figure that lead's just going to continue to increase because he can farm up these jungle camps so quickly now.
Yeah, that he can, and so important is it to hit that power spike. I'm sure he'll make a visit to the lane very shortly. Eddie Ale just harassing Cluffy, but might have overstepped his mark here. Cluffy has got one shot, one kill available very shortly. Versus Judgment is going to come down. Big Dog is going to be here as well. That's going to be a lot of damage, in fact. But he actually gets traded up. First blood goes straight over to Cluffy. Not something I envisioned at all. I thought Cluffy was going to bite the dust there, but it does not happen. One shot, one kill comes out, only just surviving. Big Dog does get jumped on though after the burn, finishes him off. Brutal Turtle is going to be able to pick up that kill. Hello Girls, already in a nice little gold lead as well after those two first bloods. Two first bloods, one first blood, and a kill, Tasty.
Yeah. Well, that's got to be a good feeling for Hello Girls. Feel the momentum as they know they're one step closer. They get the gold miner and maybe finding another kill.
Oh my goodness, Eddie Ale might just go down. Last glimmer shot does it. And now the blank is going to be turned on as well. However, they're not going to have too much mobility to chase that one up. But Eddie Ale stepping way too far forward there.
Well, 3 kills picked up now. Big Dog does steal away that small minion. Got to take the minor victories where you can.
Oh yes, definitely so. The blank maybe in a little bit of trouble though. Goes on Cluffy. Cluffy going really low. Blank just going to be able to skirt away, but Big Dog's going to be here after burn over the wall from Brutal Turtle in defensive. One shot, one kill comes out. It does end up missing, and now Brutal Turtle is going to have his sights set on Eddie Ale, and Big Dog is going to be able to get away as well. The blank is going to be able to recall. However, he might not be able to get back to the lane in time. His turret is very weak at this time. And that will be the gauntlet going down. Eddie Ale is just going to jump on Brutal Turtle. Brutal Turtle ends up biting the dust there. Blank finally makes it back to the lane in time. And the Big Dog ends up picking up the kill onto Cluffy. And that will mean it will be a complete contrast. And now Hello Girls, 1 member versus 3. And I'm not sure Big Paws can actually withstand all this might from Ragebringers.
Yeah, Ragepingers able to take down this turret. So while the kills are going the way of Hello Girls for now, Ragepinger is able to pick up that first objective, which is going to help them to even up this gold once more. There was a slight lead for Hello Girls thanks to the first blood and the gold miners they'd gotten. Now maybe they're going to be looking to try and put some pressure on Ragepingers down here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, they look like they want to go for something here. Cluffy, he's kind of inching forward. Did use the one shot, one kill a minute ago, but the Big Dog is just advancing here. Does get straight up, punted straight into Cluffy. Bright Bulwark's going to come down. Big Dog ends up falling. Cluffy doing so much damage, but the blank's just trying to chase him up. Brutal Turtle using the afterburns to such good effect at this point, just making sure Ragepingers cannot get on top of Cluffy. Passage is going to get followed through. However, nothing else is going to be picked up here. Hello Girls want a bit of revenge for that first turret that went down. Are going to take some of the junglers well off of Ragepingers. I think that is going to be it. Hello Girls still up with another kill.
Oof. That is, I mean, they get the kill, maybe more.
Maybe more. The action is just not stopping it here right now, Tasty. Brutal Turtle wants a little bit here. Blank is going to have to rondo her away. One shot, one kill comes out. Does actually nick the Big Dog in the side. However, it doesn't really do too much. However, the turret is just going to get destroyed off the back of just the minion push.
They are definitely going to be looking for some more opportunities. Getting that turret will definitely help. Gold Miner can get picked up by Ragepingers, just picking up any opportunities they can. Again, these two teams, they play very evenly for the first 10 minutes or so of this game. See if that continues. It was around this time that Hello Girls started to take control of game number 1. but we'll see if they can go ahead and repeat that performance, or if Rage Pingers will have a bit of a stronger showing now.
Yeah, we'll see if they do. I mean, Cluffy, man, he's sitting at 3 kills. He's got the breaking point and the Sorrow Blade at this point. He's doing an absolute ton of work in the team fights and a ton of damage as well. And I can't imagine Eddie L is going to want to let that happen any further. The Gauntlets have been somewhat on par, but just still not good enough to kind of lock up Cluffy.
So, Cluffy on this Kestrel, I still feel like needs to really impress me, even though he's gotten the 3 kills thus far for his team. It hasn't looked. It's been mostly Brutal Turtle and Big Paws kind of setting up the kills, and just by nature of him having the damage in the items for those basic attacks, able to find the kills. Hasn't been overly impressed just yet, but there's still plenty of game left. Rage Pingers looking to make a move.
Yeah, looking to make a move. So he's Brutal Turtle, though he's off to the sidelines. Big Paws just kind of chasing them in the way with his tiny auto attack. It's not doing too much damage. 1 shot, 1 kill does hit Blank. Blank is going to be able to shrug that off, no problem. He is an Adagio after all, can heal that up. Not an issue. With that, the Cluffy is going to just farm that up and probably go back to get the Monocle, it looks like. I can imagine he's going to pick that one up. And when he does actually finally get some big items in here, he's just going to absolutely hit like a ton of bricks. Because Kestrel, towards the later stages of the game, especially going the weapon power build, it does really hurt to just have her untouched, at least for a few seconds.
Well, a few seconds of respite for everyone involved, including you. They've been pretty aggressively going at each other. Again, not a whole lot of kills as results of these movements, but a lot of fighting and a lot of skirmishing, just kind of jockeying for position and trying to just see if anyone slips up and makes a mistake that the other side can capitalize on. Gold Miner going to be a target here for Rage Pingers once more. 2 minutes until Kraken spawns, but here comes Hello Girls. Don't have their carry with them though, so they need to be very careful.
Ooh, Versa Judgment does come out. Actually just gets secured by Rage Pingers there. Bright Bulwark as well to just dissuade the rest of them, but they're just going to jump straight in there. Gauntlet comes down, actually locks up one, and that will be a kill secured as well. Passage is going to get followed through from Big Paws. That's going to be a big damage from Cluffy though. Almost takes out the big dog. Blank is going to be after him though. The Flare's going to spot him out, and Cluffy's end up going to fall just to a basic attack. He's going to die, but that will mean Big Paws is left completely alone in their own jungle. But Rage Pingers, I'm not sure they got the sights set on her just yet. They're going to be able to pick up 2 kills, just evening the kill and gold lead, but that's going to be about it.
Not really a whole lot to be gained off of that. And that's kind of one of the things that is really surprising to see, is when a team can find a kill or find an opportunity, but they don't really take much of an edge as a result of it. So the gold is going to continue to remain about 500 separating the two. That's, of a wave of minions, so that's nothing that is really impactful. You can see a couple jungle camps getting cleared out, and just that right there is about 200-300 gold, so things staying dead even between these two teams. Neither side able to find an edge. The big dog really is desperately going to be looking to finish off that second offensive item, most likely going to be a breaking point. I feel like once that hits, the big dog will be able to really stick around in these fights, really do a lot of damage, and can get onto those back lines, maybe force Cluffy out of fights early, which could then swing things in favor of Rage Pingers.
That's exactly what they've been doing, and War Treads is going to be used. It's going to go straight onto Big Paws there. Brutal Turtle taking a lot of damage. The big dog, absolutely. Those tiny, tiny little blades do an absolute ton of work and a ton of damage. And with that, Kraken is on the board, obviously, and they're actually just going to start this one straight up. And with infusions coming out across the board as well for the side of Hello Girls, they're going to need to do something fast, as it is going to get spotted out. And Big Paws having to use that passage to get away as well. Not looking good for them.
Not looking good at all. Kraken going to be underway, but there's going to be a fight getting chased through.
Oh, Big Paws is trying to get on. Well, even the big dog is trying to get on Big Paws. Even Brutal Turtle is going to be there. Kraken is going to get unleashed, and it actually goes over. How did that even happen? The Cluffy one-shot, one-kill picks it up out of nowhere. Corner comes down. Brutal Turtle is going to get locked up inside this. CC for days. Kraken as well. Just because that got stolen over, I think Hello Girls, I mean, they've completely thwarted their attempts. They might be able to do a little something here, but the Kraken is going down so fast.
Now that they've caught up, there's going to be a fight.
Oh my goodness, Cluffy is in the back line. He's on Eddie Ale, and he just wants a little something here, but the damage that is going to come out from Big Dog is just all too much. The Kraken just knocking on the turrets over and over again. They just want to get something. Ace does come through. Kraken will go down. It won't be able to take that turret, but still, Rage Pingers, having that one slip out of their grasp is not good for them.
Oof. I mean, getting the Kraken, stealing it away there it's good in a way because, at least you don't have to worry about it. Like, you don't have to have Kraken pushing it on you. But they didn't get anything off it. They didn't get a turret. And so as a result, that's just 500 gold each going the way of Rage Pingers. It was a beautiful steal. Like, the setup for that steal was so impressive. Cluffy snuck deep into the lane. As the little skirmish around Kraken was going, I was about to make a comment that maybe Cluffy might be disconnected or something because he was just standing in that brush, but it was all just so that he could have a unique angle to fire the one shot in from. Big Paw's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Oh man, yeah, he's going to go down. That's a real big overextension from him. Hello Girls, not something you're used to seeing actually from Big Paws either. Something to keep in mind. He's been very good in terms of where his positioning he needs to be and where he actually wants to be as well. So bit of an overextension there for him. Might cost them a little bit. They're going to get spotted out by the flares though, so they will end up just backing off. But that turret, man, that tier 2 turret is just so low for Rage Pingers. I mean, it will be only a matter of time before Hello Girl takes it.
Yeah, Rage Pingers definitely looking to have the edge here in game number 2. Pushing in onto this third and final lane turret. Cluffy just not really able to make any damage stick with that Kestrel. If you don't hit the target directly, you don't really get much damage. The splash, not that impressive on the weapon power Kestrel. One of the reasons why we haven't really been a huge fan of this build path for that particular hero of late, but they're going out pretty far aggressively. Rage Pingers could quickly turn this around, but they're just on the retreat.
They are on the retreat. Actually, just one gets rooted. Gauntlet does go down there. Eddie L just trying to dissuade them at this point. They jump straight onto Cluffy. Cluffy goes down to the Versa Judgment. Oh my goodness, that damage coming out from Big Dog as well. The passage is going to get followed through. The Big Paws, he's on the run. He's not going to be able to escape. Crystal Sentry as well is just trying to kill Rage Pingers, but without success. It's going to be a nice pickup yet again. They picked their target perfectly there. Just jumped straight on Cluffy and he got instantly killed.
And, I mean, that looked like a fight that was going to 100% go the way of Hello Girls. They got the engage. It looked like Rage Pingers were trying to just run away, wanted no part of it. But then they just flip a switch, turn around, and take the fight to Hello Girls, picking up a couple more kills. They get that turret. Big Dog eats a lot of damage on his way out. But they should be able to get out of here completely and recall. Back to base, heal up, top off these infusions, and then perhaps look for a Kraken.
Oh boy, Kraken is on the board yet again. Rage Ping is in the commanding position though. Hello Girls, they need to kind of pick their socks up right now. 5k, sorry, in deficit for them against Rage Pingers. Rage Pingers, they're looking to start up the Kraken. They do end up doing it, and they are, well, they will have commanding position over this one. Look at the vision as well coming down from there. Absolutely massive. That one shot, one kill will come out, will actually just strike the Big Dog. Brutal Turtle is going to be here. Can they look for another steal? Kestrel is going to come through. Alright, he's doing a lot of damage. Cluffy, you got to watch out. You got to keep an eye on him at the moment. The Big Dog does dive forward. Gauntlet comes down. They're all in the middle of it. They might not be able to do anything, in fact, but Cluffy is going to be able to just almost solo out the Big Dog on the sidelines. Now Big Paws is over the side as well. Does use the passage to get over. The blank follows it through, and he's going to be able to pick up this kill there. 2 kills going over to the blank, in fact, and the passage is followed through yet again. Hello Girls, they're still on the run. Cluffy needs to get out of here ASAP. I'm not sure he's going to be able to. Triple kill, in fact, going over to the blank. Ace comes through, and I've got a feeling, Tasty, we're going to a game 3.
We are going to be going to game number 3. Rage Pingers finally able to pick up a win here, as they had been on a bit of a skid. They stopped the bleeding. Still need to win one more if they want to stay alive, but that is now true for both of these teams. They will be facing elimination. It is winner take all in this matchup. Personally, I would really like to see Big Dolls and Cluffy swap roles again. I felt like Cluffy really did not perform up to the level that is needed for a team to be able to move on from this round of challengers.
Hey guys, yeah, as we get ready for this third game, man, it's really nice to get a game 3. I mean, this has definitely been the most exciting series we've seen today. But yeah, interestingly, the change up, you know, we've seen through the tournament, Cluffy obviously has been performing very well, but against much lower seeds. And then going up against Team Ragepingers, someone mentioned maybe it was an accident, maybe they didn't mean to, but it did work out. The challenge is though, is if that's not their plan, if they don't want to deviate from their game plan, I can understand that. But this game was really close, guys, right? Like, it was actually really close. CS was close, Gold was close. The difference was a 500 gold per person Kraken that was gifted over to Team Ragepingers. That was a big problem. Yeah, they got the steal, but Cluffy was, even though he got the steal, was so far away from that fight that he wasn't able to contribute once it happened, ultimately giving them a free Kraken. And Tasty, that 500 gold difference, it just, after that, Ragepingers was a different team. They were able to play way more confidently, and they were able to win every team fight after that.
Yeah, constant team fight victory. It was, again, very much back and forth for quite some time, but just those small little advantages, the tiniest of things sometimes, can be enough to really just set a team off and set them rolling down the hill, and that is exactly what we just saw there.
Yeah, that's what happened. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to give everybody a breather because we are going to be getting into game number 3, which will likely be our last matchup of tonight. And it's going to go down to the wire, so you're not going to want to miss it after this very short break. We'll be right back.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, welcome back. We're ready to get going. The teams are ready. Gave him a quick breather as, these have been 2 really intense matchups. But I think we are all ready for game number 3. And this is it. Winner moves on. Loser goes home for the entire split. So this is a lot on the line for these 2 teams. And I think we're ready to get going. I'm just checking in as... the teams do appear like they're ready. Yep. The blank actually noting he's just finished dinner, so I guess he was playing while eating dinner. I'm not sure if that had any impact, but without further delay, guys, Jaws, let's get right into the draft here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I play games at while eating dinner sometimes. Only single player, multiplayer would be a bit frantic, I think. But yeah, pick and ban phase. We are underway. Voxer's going to get banned away from by Rage Pingers even. Don't want to have big paws, have his hands or paws on that one. And Adagio, I believe it's going to be the ban away here for Hello Girls.
If this is the Adagio ban, it will leave open the Lyra once more. But we just saw Hello Girls lose with the Lyra pick, so it's not the end-all be-all at the very least.
Yeah, definitely not. Lyra actually is going to get taken off the table, so Adagio is going to be the lock-in here easily for Rage Pingers. And I think the Adagio, it had quite a bit of an impact in the last game, Tasty.
Oh, absolutely. The Crystal Power Adagio really able to put out a ton of damage. The Verse of Judgments were massive. I mean, and one of the things, a lot of people like to think, oh, Verse of Judgment, you just get a Crucible and you don't have to worry about it. It still does the damage. Like, yeah, it has to go through the barrier from the Crucible, but it still ends up chunking people even through that block. It just, at least you don't get stunned, but it's still a very effective ultimate, especially if you're going down the Crystal Power route.
Yeah, most definitely. And with that, we'll see if they can counter that one with anything. Hello Girls do decide to pick up the Ringo and the Arden as well. So both Big Paws and Cluffy have played these heroes already, and my goodness, they both look spectacular on them. I want to see if they can do a repeat performance, because Big Paws, his Arden has just been on point today.
Well, it was actually, I believe it was Cluffy playing the Arden.
Was it? I'm pretty sure it was Big Paws. I'm 99% sure.
Because that was the game when Big Paws was playing the Ringo.
Oh, yes. You aren't wrong. Black Feather and Flicker are going to get logged in, though. Flicker, not something we usually see at all. Interesting coming out of the captain position there from Eddie Yale.
Yeah, Flicker, a very aggressive early game captain. So definitely going to be looking for a lot of pressure to be put on to this Ringo. But Brutal Turtle grabbing that Koshka. They're actually going to... this is interesting.
Wow, they're completely just swapping everything up. So Big Paws is going jungle this time on the Koshka, and Brutal Turtle is going to be the Arden captain. Okay, fair enough. Jesus.
Yeah, very interesting that Hello Girls Big Paws will now have played all three roles within this one best of 3 series.
Yeah, that's something that I don't think anybody's seen ever. I don't know about you, my friend, but I definitely have not seen one player play every single role in the best of 3. That is for sure. But we are into the fold for the last and final time. Whoever does win this one will obviously go through. And my goodness, what a spectacular playoff that'll be with some of the big names and big teams there.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams perhaps deserving to be there, but because of previous results, only one of them is going to make it into that top 8. And so, who will it be? Hello Girls or Rage Pingers? We're going to be finding out within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so.
Oh boy, yes we are. And with that, the start of the game, very slow as always. However, I want to keep an eye on Eddie Ale here on the Flicker, because we've seen Flash X play an absolute ton in VG8, but that's literally about it. VIS, I think we've maybe seen it once or twice, but not in such a game that will have such a big impact as this.
Already, Eddie L going very aggressive on the Cluffy. No one from the rest of the team there to follow up on it. And that's something that they're going to have to be mindful of, is when you do go for moves like that, yeah, it's nice to just get a little bit of harassment on, but if you can get the rest of your team on board and just have full-out aggression, you can find very early kills. Again, he's just going to try and go in on his own, not really finding much there.
Yeah, speaking of full-out aggression, do have Big Paws up the lane. And what a suiting name for the Koshka, by the way, to have Big Paws playing someone with big paws. So I guess maybe that's one of the reasons why he decided he wants to play in the jungle now, because he can play
to have in one game Big Paws play Koshka, Fortress, and Grumpjaw.
Yeah, that would be the holy trinity of Big Paws, his hero pool. I'm not sure Grumpjaw is in his hero pool. We'll have to ask him actually. That'll be kind of interesting to know, because we haven't actually seen Grumpjaw in VIS either.
Yeah, and so right now, first couple minutes, it's going to be very, very safe from the side of Hello Girls. I feel like Rage Pingers, they probably should be as well.
Yeah, I think that's Sounds about right. They should be
Sorry.
quite safe.
Coughing right as I was getting halfway through that.
That's all right, not a problem. That's a bit of a weird way to end your sentence there, but I'll carry on. It's all good. Yeah, both the teams probably looking to play fairly defensive, but not defensive so far. Hello Girls are going to jump straight onto Big Dog, and none of his team are actually around here at all. So that's actually first blood. Gets completely punished there for trying to take Elder Treant. Big Paws taking a bit of damage here. Same with Brutal Turtle. DL doing a fair bit of work in this front line now. He has obviously got that heart to his name, meaning he's fairly tanky. Brutal Turtle getting chunked up here, and the blank says not today. Actually just picks up that kill, not a problem. And that will be a kill traded over. However, obviously the gold being in favor of Big Paws.
Big Paws. That first blood bonus will definitely help him out with trying to get towards that first item power spike. And that Koshka really likes. Well, up in the lane, Cluffy continuing to just take punishment. This time it pays off.
Yeah, whoa. That damage coming out from the blank. We already saw it a second ago, and bada bing, bada boom. Second kill of the game already on the blank. Definitely not someone you want to have on Adagio in this stage of the game.
And that's part of what makes his flicker so strong early on, especially paired with an Adagio. He goes stealth in the brush, then just walks up right next to Cluffy. The blank immediately just puts the gift of fire down as he comes out of stealth, and there isn't enough time for Cluffy to react. No chance to get out to safety. Even Brutal Turtle, taking a lot of damage here, has to use the Vanguard just to put a little bit of distance.
Yeah, it's a really horrible combination, and with that, 2 kills on the blank right now. He's ever so close to the alternating current. He only needs 1 more piece to have that tier 3 already. And it's only 4 minutes into the game. I think 5 minutes is kind of the point where you're fed laner. If he's got a couple of kills under his belt, he will have that that complete item. And with that, I think 1,000 gold, I think that'll actually buy it. So 4 minutes, about 30 seconds in Tasty. We've already got a tier 3. However, the blank might be punished here a little bit. Kitty Cat Frenzy's going to come in, and he's just going to go down instantly. Big Paws farming up an absolute storm. Does hit the level 6. Adiel is actually going to get jumped under tower as well. Big Paws decides against actually following that up, as Brutal Turtle is going to be here as well to kind of dissuade Big Dog. However, Big Dog taken really low. Hello Girls playing very aggressive now. Want some revenge.
Yeah, the blank did go and get that first tier 3 item. There's still pretty good timing on it. You mentioned he had the gold for it. I think that's one of the another key thing in Vainglory is recognizing how much gold your opponent is sitting on, because in that instance, yes, he had a lot of gold. He had more gold than his opponent and the ability to get that tier 3 item, but he didn't have the item yet. Having that gold does not give you any sort of increase in power, and so Hello Girls taking advantage, knowing that he was going to be wanting to get back soon in order to pick that up, to make the aggressive call, get the kill, and give him an express train to the shop.
Yeah, express train indeed. But hey, he's got that alternating current now. He's going to be doing a lot of damage, but doesn't mean Cluffy hasn't got something in his back pocket as well. Does have the Sorrow Blade available to him, so we'll be shooting those out his tiny little pistol, doing a lot of extra damage there. Big Paws off to the side. Does have the Yummy Catnip Frenzy available in a couple of seconds. Does get jumped on though by 3 members, but Big Dog's actually going to have to dash out of that way, as Cluffy does trade up a lot of damage as well. The Big Dog, not so big in this front line, takes an absolute truckload of damage as Hello Girls just press on yet again.
Big Paws opting to go for the Shatter Glass first item. Had quite a bit of gold through the first few rotations, picking up those couple of kills and putting it to use with the Heavy Burst item. The most crystal power you can get from a single item. Aside from, I suppose, a Clockwork when you've already got a whole bunch of crystal power, but that's really the only exception. And that one doesn't really count.
Not really. Yeah, because you require a ton of other crystal power. I guess if you had like 2-3 Shatter Glasses, it might. It'd be 3. Well, I'm silly. 4 Shatter Glasses equals a Clockwork having more power. But there you go. Blank blocks that. Easy. Didn't need to commentate that. Eddie Ale getting jumped on. Still good. Hello Girls saying hello with their ultimates.
Yeah, well, Yummy Catnip Frenzy getting used there. That's going to be on cooldown for quite a while. See if Rage Fingers decide to try and take advantage.
Well, they're just going to take advantage of Big Paws being out of position. Hellfire Brew does come out though. Hits a couple of people. Brutal Turtle's going to have to use his boots to get out of there. Cluffy still kiting back. Big Dog taking big damage right now. Cluffy is doing a lot of work with that Sorrow Blade in hand. With that, Eddie L's going to step forward and steps forward to his doom as the gauntlet comes down, does start up the Blank. LeBlanc's taking a bit of damage as well. Cluffy's going to just do an absolute ton. He's going to be able to run away though, as doesn't want to chase the Blank underneath his turret. Not with that healing at least. And yet again, kind of Eddie L just stepping a little bit out of line.
I think the flicker may have given Eddie a little bit of false confidence there, not realizing there's a scout trap in that brush. He moved forward. He's like, all right, I'm stealth. They have no idea I'm here. I'm going to be right, in a great position to catch them off guard. Oh, and I'm dead. Like, they saw he was there. They waited for him to get very close just before he got to that scout trap, so he still didn't even pop it, and then just lit him up. Cluffy with very heads-up play. Eddie L's going to realize, they had to have known I was in this brush somehow. Uses that flare, spots the scout trap, and pops it now. So now he can be stealth, but I think they're going to have an inkling that he's there with the rest of the team hanging around.
Oh yes, that's the problem with obviously the flicker, as it turns into kind of the mid-game. Everybody's buying flares, everybody's buying those scout traps as well. It's going to be very, very hard for him to actually stay in that stealth for long enough without him being spotted in the bushes. They're going to be in that topside bush now. Versus Judgment obviously is available from the Blank. He looked like he was positioning, and there it goes. It's going to go off. Nothing happens though, because he just gets deleted instantly by Big Paws. Hellfire Brew does come out onto land onto Big Dog. Big Paws with yet another kill, really, really showing what an early game Koshka can do. 3-0 as well on him right now.
And not only is Big Paws performing well on this Koshka, but Cluffy is definitely stepping up on this Ringo as opposed to the Kestrel from last game as well. Doesn't have the kills to show for it, but is getting a lot of damage. Oh, what?
Oh, okay.
I guess Big Paws got caught in the enemy jungle. I didn't even see that one.
Yeah, I didn't. I was looking at the lane, in all honesty.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that either. Not going to lie. Big Paws just gets lit up completely with by the Blank, and he just goes down. So wow, okay, so a bit of a misstep from him. Does pay for his first death and a ticket back to his own fountain. Turret is going to get started up here from Rage Ping as Brutal Turtle's trying to do as much as he can, but now Cluffy's going to get jumped on here. Slowed up, Gauntlet goes down, no one's stunned just yet, but here's Big Paws, he's doing a lot of damage. Yummy Catnip Frenzy not available, he's just going to jump on the Blank, who actually trades a kill from Cluffy. And there goes the ultimate as well from Flicker, going to be able to escape in the stealth. So Big Dog is going to be safe, but another kill traded over. I mean, Cluffy is just being used as kind of a bait here for Big Paws to actually do any damage and get any kills.
Yeah, well, Cluffy is still providing a lot of that damage. Eddie L is going to find Big Paws, Brutal Turtle, give him that little bit of movement speed increase, but the Big Paws actually turned around and started fighting Eddie, knowing that if he kept running, he would have gotten rooted there. So a good decision to just turn, get some damage in, make sure that they don't try and continue chasing. But for now, 5-4, this is kind of very similar to games 1 and 2, where early on, both teams being very aggressive, able to find a handful of kills, and neither side really getting a large advantage.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, only one turret has gone down so far, and we saw what Hello Girls could do when they did have that turret down. They did manage to obviously trade it up very effectively on Rage Pingers. A lot of teams I'm noticing don't know how to kind of come back from that one turret deficit, but Hello Girls definitely proving that they could in the last game. Rage Pingers now, they're kind of hiding around. They don't have the flicker roll available to them. But Big Paws is going to get spotted. He's going to get slowed up as well. Big Dog is going to jump on him. Crystal Sentry is going to be here. Same with the Brutal Turtle. So they're going to have to just back off that one. And Hellfire Brew just sweeps its way across the fold. Hits Big Dog, but not too much damage. No CP on the side of Cluffy, unfortunately.
You say unfortunately. I think it's definitely fortunately. But it's... Chris Power Ringo has its place. There are times when it can have some success, but it is not often, and especially not against a Black Feather. I feel like that would have just been a really big mistake if they tried to force that one through here. But right now, Rage Pingers, they're going to be working on this gold miner, looking for a nice solid payout there. It's not going to get contested whatsoever, so free immense gold payout going over to the blue team. Rage Pingers now just have that gold lead under 1,000. Hello Girls and Ragefingers, just again keeping things even just seems to be the name of the game when against these two.
Yeah, it really is. Even Stevens right now, only just under 1,000. We do have, however, Flicker Ultimate available, so I want to know if they're actually just going to make use of that with an engage, or are they going to kind of use it to disengage? Because they have used it once for either of those opportunities before, so we'll have to wait and see what they do want to do. Cluffy trying to recall there, just gets slowed up and stopped by Eddie Ale. So he's not going to be able to get back. He ends up recalling there instead. Probably a wiser move, not in Vision. But hey ho, he does end up getting back eventually.
And the Vision War is always so intriguing to watch. Neither side has really put emphasis on trying to get a contraption down, but this is going to be a big maybe
big fight,
oh,
maybe. Yes, it is. Gauntlet, yeah, you tricked yourself there. Big Paws jumps in, goes really low. In fact, he's going to have to back off. That fountain healing him up. Brutal Turtle as well. Not much energy on his side. Is going to get yet again chased by the big dog. Big Paws is going to jump in once more. Versus Judgment comes down. Hits all three. No stun. A little bit of damage, however. Eddie L is going to have to be able to back off as well. He did use the ultimates just to try and dissuade Hello Girls just a little bit more. Other than that, that is going to be about it.
Oh, actually, yep, okay. I was going to say, are they going to continue trying to chase Eddie? Instead, they just say, well, we forced you all out. We're going to take liberties with this turret. And so, Hello Girls, able to find themselves an advantage in a draw, so to speak.
Yeah, that's well. Like I said before, Hello Girls are just so good at kind of trading those turrets back up again. Like if they lose their turret, that's fine. They can just get the enemy tier 1, which has kind of been a fault of a lot of teams. And now Cluffy has just found himself on the wrong side of the blank. Big Paws is going to be here though as well. Big Dog Tracy chasing them up a fair bit, but Big Paws pretty quick on this Koshka pick as Eddie L almost bites the dust as well, or bites the mist, you could say, for that flicker pick. Big Dog taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to back off. He's getting scratched a lot. He's going to get scratched an awful lot more now as he gets jumped on. But Big Paws actually just goes down. Just out of nowhere. You saw the blank just trading up that damage. No problem. Hello Girls now retreating. Ragefingers, they're looking pretty solid right now coming up against this tier 2 turret. And Hello Girls goes playing on the back foot.
And the healing from the fountain, and you add on the heal from Adagio onto it, and Cluffy, oh, he just gets chased out.
Oh, he gets caught up straight away. Gauntlet gonna be used from Brutal Turtle. It's gonna get blocked by Big Dog, and there we go. That's gonna be an almost ace there. Big Paws does end up spawning, picks up the kill, but that turret's gonna go down. Big pingers, big players right now. They're really showing up to this game.
What a game, what a series this has been already. And we're now 15 and a half minutes in, 7-6. The gold is about 200 difference. But that second turret having been destroyed, Big Paws wants a piece of this Adagio.
He does indeed. He knows Eddie L's there, though. He just cannot wander any further. As I say that, he just kind of jumps into them. But Cluffy is going to be here as well. He's going to take on the blank. The Vengeance comes down, and oh my goodness, he just kills him before he even touched him. And he manages to get Koshka off the back foot there as well, using the burn damage. Double kill comes through from the blank. He's showing up huge on this Adagio.
That was disastrous for Hello Girls, losing out those 2 kills. At least it wasn't an ace, but this is going to give so much pressure to Ragefingers, courtesy of the blank. This Adagio, 3 offensive items with an extra piercing spear as well. Could be going for that double broken myth, just to really burn through any shield that gets built, which surprisingly enough, there isn't a whole lot of. Cluffy has the Aegis, there's the fountain for Brutal Turtle, but that's about it. And so the blank really able to just throw out so much damage whenever his abilities or his attacks, especially while buffs, start connecting. He's found Cluffy.
Oh no, Cluffy. Oh my goodness, those shields coming through. I did not think he'd survive that. That was so close. That fire almost burnt him alive as they all go into the stealth. Flicker Ultimate not being too impactful there, but my goodness, that was close. But you got to remember, Kraken's still on the board here, Tasty. They are just going to siege up this turret.
Well, This could be a potential fight. Eddie L's taking a lot of damage. Turret goes down. Looks like Hello Girl's going to back off a little bit.
They want to take this Kraken out, but the relentless pursuit of Rage Pingers, they do get locked up by the Gauntlet. Big Dog almost going down, but Big Paws jumps in. Those shields are going to help him a lot, and Cluffy doing a lot of free damage on the back line there. Big Dog running away, still does get the shield off yet again. Cluffy now getting jumped on. Now it's a 2v2. Now the Vengeance comes down, and oh my goodness, that Verse of Judgment was beautiful. It comes down, it comes out huge. The blank just comes through big, and that's going to be it. The Rage Pingers, not something that we thought would happen, in all honesty. It's just going to take this series from Hello Girls, and we will see them in playoffs.
I was getting myself settled in for a long game. I figured this would go at least 25 minutes, the way these two teams were going back and forth. But the blank comes up huge down the stretch. The double kill right around the Kraken kind of set things in motion, taking out Big Paws and Cluffy, and then again, a huge Verse of Judgment. He waited so long to use it. It was just waiting for the reflex blocks to come out, and the moment those were used and were no longer available, that's when the Verse went down. It just blew up the members of Hello Girls, and just like that, Rage turn it around, taking 2 games in a row, and they will be moving on to the finals, having eliminated Hello Girls.
Wow, guys. I mean, what's really important to take away from this is not that it's a surprise that Rage Pingers won, but that they got completely surprised in game 1, lose that game, and keep composure. That's something that really defines a team, a really good team, a team that's maturing, because, I think that a lot of people who watch and follow some of these players can attest that some of these younger players, some of these younger teams, they can get very fragile when they lose, or they can get upset, or there can be issues internally. But when you can move to the next game and say, we got to put that aside, that was a bad game, we can do better than that, and then you get this victory. I mean, no doubt, these two teams were fantastic, and I think Hello Girls came in here and impressed a lot of people. They performed way above expectation, but Rage Pingers kept that composure they needed. They're clearly the favored team to win this matchup, and it was much closer than we thought, but they kept the composure that they needed. A few really poor mistakes, like, Big Paws or Cluffy getting caught out when they shouldn't have, when they didn't need to, put them in really tough positions in that late game, and those late fights too, right, Tasty? So, I mean, I think we can all agree that Rage Pingers was the favorite here, but man, that was such a different series than we anticipated.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, we kind of pegged Hello Girls as one of the better teams in this matchup right now, and they did come out the gate really hot. But Rage Pingers from the deficit, from the 1-game deficit there, to bring it back to the 2-1, just fantastic play from them, and they improved every single game as well. And that was one of the big things that you can take away from this series.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like the most important thing, is just how you can stay composed and improve as you make it, through these series, through this tournament in general. That's like the hardest thing to do. So we're going to, all right, as we kind of just look where we got, that is the last matchup tonight. So guys, thanks for all coming out and watching these teams make it. I mean, these are the teams that are, of course, going to be looking to go to the playoffs. Now, we do have a quick list here. For Group A, these are the teams that have qualified. Team Enforcers did just win their matchup as they were going up against a team just a few moments ago. They won. One Piece 101, Team Enforcers, Necrolite, and Team Rage Pingers. Those are the 4 teams from this. Team Enforcers and Team Rage Pingers, they are from the loser bracket, so they will still have to work through more matches to meet up. Necrolite and One Piece 101 are in the winner bracket. But you guys are not going to want to miss playoffs. They're starting next week. We still, though, have a lot of matches from Group B that take place tomorrow, and there's exciting ones coming up. NRG versus Liberation X is our opening act. You guys aren't going to want to miss that as well. That's going to be super exciting. I mean, it's just been these last couple days and into next week are going to be jam-packed. And then, of course, once we close up Group B, right into the playoffs we're going to go with the top 8 teams duking it out. And 3 teams, they get those chances to go up against Vainglory Teams and get into the challenge battles. So there's a lot on the line. Plus, there's a pretty sizable payout for these teams as well. Over 2,500 in total winnings for just this challenge series, for just this tournament alone, this split. So you guys are not going to want to miss it. All of the action here. Tasty and Jaws, thanks. You guys doing awesome tonight, as always. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. Not a problem. It's always interesting to see the kind of these challenger tier teams coming up to it, and I want to know if they can stand up against the big dogs.
Yeah, that's good. Like the top 3 teams, they may look really good in challengers, but can they beat those teams that have been playing against the best? It's, being the worst among the best can still be better than everybody else, and that's really what we're going to be finding out here in just a few more weeks. All right, with that, everybody, thanks for coming out and watching. We will see you later. Good night.